Good morning. How are you?
Yesterday, somebody left this in our room.
Uh,
Made an announcement, see who made it.
all of the chief good.
Thank you.
You bet. No, we'll just keep it up here.
It's a nice jacket, but I know what I figured something.
You guys were in room.
This is what he had. 538. No, 583. 583. You were 583.
I'm assuming somebody doesn't know which hospital it is.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Somebody actually put the proper order.
Morning. Morning. What? Give it back to her. Because I don't want it.
I'm sorry?
Give it back to her. Because I don't want it. Okay.
Give it to Ashley. To Ashley.
We have a found jacket that was left in the B-20 hospitality suite. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Wish you good luck. Yeah. No, everything should be fine. I got faith in
I'm Gumby.
you. But just be yourself. Sorry, we
Sorry, 2 miles.
I guess sometime we'll have to meet somewhere.
Yeah.
Kathy and I because we're leaving back for Florida in a week. We're back here next
Yeah.
Thursday. for a wedding. So and then we're leaving.
All these airline miles.
Yeah. Well, no, we have a home in Michigan.
Yeah, I know.
So we're only 3 months, but 3 hours.
But if you go back to Florida, you're flying. Right?
Yeah, later. Yeah, we can. But we're not going to be here. It's your family's first, so
Absolutely.
I appreciate you being here. So, keep your smile, keep control.
Can't worry about what you can't change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Did a great deal.
Oh, good. Yeah. Denise comes up to me and she said, we're going to.
I'd forgotten about it.
We're
Well,
not
going to need the riser.
Well, she came
Card?
up with-
Not going to need the riser. I see. I was following the podium wires.
And last night, she says, "Well, talk to Dave." Talk to Dave. Why are you talking to me?
All I want is tell me.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Why you tell me? Then if you tell me, then you go talk to them.
Okay. Yes. Which end of the table? I gotta go get the check. Oh. Yeah. Oh, we got power there. Do we?
We got 11 online so far, so hopefully we got 11 votes.
Yeah, I know.
What is she trying to tell me?
I don't know. Somebody said she was giving those out. I have no idea why. I didn't get one.
Is anybody else absolutely going bonkers with the spotlights in her face?
Just look down. They're under the head.
Okay.
Good morning, Bill.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you registered? Did you pick up a voting card or are you doing it electronically?
Well, I have votes.
Yeah, I know.
I have two.
Did you pick up cards or are you doing it
Yes, I
electronic?
have cards.
Okay, because they said that they didn't think that you would pick them up.
Who said?
Somebody said District 2 didn't pick them up.
There. That's the nearest one I
I
can see. I don't even go.
Well, that would not be unusual.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if it's Susan, by the way.
What?
You are on.
I am? Okay. Lunch.
Lunch and whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. Thank you.
Basically, I had to confirm it, but that's what Carl was planning anyhow. I mean, that was, it was planned that way, but
Okay.
he hadn't confirmed. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would it be easier as we break? Uh-oh. I need to say
Not that I see. Why is it not?
No, I mean, I don't like the power.
I like it.
Oh, there is another outlet for everybody.
Yes.
and that way, buffet or,
I'm not sure either. Yes, we'll do that.
back up here.
Okay.
Thank you. What do you,
Right.
what do you-
Lightsabers.
No, that's not active, not energized.
Oh, that creates a problem.
Yeah. Well, no, as long as
Because
that's
because that should have been plugged in.
maybe so. I'm just looking at it and said, well, you know, I can stretch and reach to here.
Do you need water up here?
Yes, that would
Yeah.
be fantastic.
Can you reach in that bag and grab bottles? I'll get you some more. Make sure everybody gets it. It's just all I have in the hand right now.
What?
If you want candy,
There's one on each side.
I'll prepare your bag.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one more bottle of butter. You can grab it. Or two. It'll be in 9 seconds.
Okay.
Ralph isn't talking right now. He's just sitting at
Somebody needs to got it up.
Hello, hello. Is that live? Okay.
This
So
one?
this one's live. I don't know if that one's live or not.
That is. This one's live as well.
Yeah.
So don't say anything bad about anybody.
No, save it for later.
Careful, we have a hot mic now.
Yes. So I don't.
Boy, that's what they said about I think I told you that. I heard that Putin and Trump left the hot mic on, and they were talking about, not Trump, Xi Jinping, and they were talking about organ transplants. And of course, China is real big on, they put all the Huang Gong in the thing and harvest every organ they
Whenever we
come
have
up
a vote, more support for this afternoon. I'll give you the up or down.
Oh, yeah, right. Right.
19. No, that's yours. I got the new book that actually I already have.
You ever get like that?
I do not.
You
Oh, it magically appears.
like that?
I tried to ask Ina a little while ago, well, almost 2 hours ago, but she never responded.
Well,
I guess we'll.
probably has something to do with the safety.
I'm not aware of any VSC awards, so
Do y'all need power on the as well?
there's power on.
Well, does
No
it work?
power. This isn't working.
Okay, yeah, she's working on that. She's asking now, do we need this as well?
Well, I know there's just the microphone.
Just for the microphone.
This just needs to be plugged in. Yeah, I see the plug
That's
in.
working. The microphone's working.
Yeah, this microphone's working too, but it's the
Okay.
this
Power
just,
strip.
This just needs to be plugged in. Where?
Yeah, right. That's
Hey, how's it going? Good.
See if I'm coming right back at you.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Okay.
So
He's having trouble with the online. GB 2025 registered for the online. Anyway,
GB.
Well, at least give him as much make sure he gets all the on my reports. I'm just ugly.
No, you don't have to do anything.
You don't have to
the
do
cards.
Coding, and they got the email. That's the have to sign it.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have any power over there now. Well, I just don't have power anymore. I said I just don't have power anymore.
I think so.
In the future, I think meetings needs to be told. We need that electric. Yeah.
Hey, Steve.
Okay, I'll do that.
I'm not sure why they want to.
Sorry. Registration, if people are having trouble, they need to use the code GB2025.
Yes, I will take care of that for you.
Thank you. We just need one more.
Yeah, anything we have left, we usually put it in the back of the room so people can take it in. Thank you for that.
Holy Jesus. This thing is pretty.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Please take your seats.
Denise?
I will now call the meeting of the Fall Governing Board 2025 to order. Please silence your cell phones, put them on airplane mode, whatever it needs to do. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remain standing for the invocation presented by Chaplain Bill Wood, the Pledge of Allegiance led by National Flag Lieutenant Randy Stowe, and the singing of our national anthem and the Canadian national anthem. You'll find the words on the screen for both anthems. Chaplain Wood.
Let us pray. O gracious Creator, whose spirit hovered over the waters in creation, who separated the land from the sea, be with all members, both those present and those absent, of the United States Sail and Power Squadrons, America's Boating Club. As we gather together at the 2025 National Governing Meeting. Each time we start a journey, may we be lifetime learners of seamanship. Give us respect for weather, water conditions, and our ability to cope with an ever-changing environment. Let the safety of all on board, the welfare of those in distress, and the well-being of all creatures in the water be our guide, whether in calm or chaos. Whether we paddle, drive, or sail in local areas or offshore, may the living God give us a sense of curiosity, awe, and the profound wisdom that the psalmist sung. If I climb up to heaven, you are there. If I make the grave my bed, you are there also. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there, your hand will lead me, and your right hand hold me fast. All this we ask in your most gracious name.
Amen. A reminder that veterans may render a hand salute during the passing of the colors and also our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand at attention. Captain of the Guard, advance the colors.
Salute.
Color bearers, halt. Color bearers, center, face. Color bearers, front, face. Color bearers, advance, color. Color bearers, post, color. Color bearers, rest, salute.
Breast salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. I guess that was one phone that was not put on airplane. For purpose of today's meeting, the parliamentarian will be Bob Canfield, who's seated right here, who will keep me straight throughout this meeting. Also, please complete the registration slip, the yellow in your seat packet, then pass the registration slip to the center aisle. For online, if you're registering online, the registration is GB Golf Bravo 2025 register. So that would be GB or Golf Bravo 2025 register. I now call upon past Chief Commander Craig Fraser to introduce the past Chief Commanders present today.
We all know I have a brush hog, right? Good. I'm honored to announce the esteemed past chief commanders present today.
Or exalted, I thought.
Exalted, esteemed, all of that. First one, Ted Smith, Senior Navigator, Grosse Pointe, District 9, 2002-2003. Robert Baldridge, Senior Navigator, Baton Rouge, District 15, 2014-2015. Louis Ojeda, Senior Navigator, Ponce, District 33, 2016-2017. Mary Page Abbott, Senior Navigator, Sanibel Captiva, District 22, 2020-2021.
And Craig Fraser, SN, Akron Sail Power Squadron 2022-2023. I now call upon Ron Jones, the chair of the Marketing and Public Affairs Committee, to introduce the distinguished guest presents. Ron?
Thank you, Chief. Bridge members, past chief commanders, members. It is my privilege to introduce our distinguished guests. First, from the U.S. Coast Guard, Boating Safety Division, Vern Gifford. Representing Can Boat, Kathy Johnstone, who will introduce the contingent from Canada Boating.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are a very small contingent this time. Our chief was unable to be here, so I would like to introduce, well, I'm Kathy Johnstone. I think you knew that, right? And I'm a member of District 6, Syracuse Squadron, and also staff commander of the National Meetings Committee. So we're all kind of involved in both countries. We have Doreen Hinksman, past chief commander of CPS, who is also, Doreen is a member of the planning committee. She's also a member of the Tar River Squadron. We have her husband, John Hinksman, who is also a member of the Tar River Squadron, and he's past chair of the CPS Foundation and is still a member of the foundation. And we have Joe Gatfield. He is a member of Detroit Squadron. He's a past chief commander, of CPS, and the immediate past chair of the CPS Foundation. I forgot to mention, I'm now the vice chair of the CPS Foundation. So we all have a lot of jobs. Thank you very much for having us here.
Thank you, Kathy. Dave, Nan Ellen, do I really need to introduce you? Our good friends from the Coast Guard Auxiliary, Dave Fuller and Nan Ellen Fuller. I will now introduce the USPS liaisons to outside organizations who are present. From the National Boating Federation, Robert Baldridge, President. From the Boat US and Advisory Board, Mary Page Abbott. Mary Page, you might as well keep standing. Florida Boating Advisory Council, Mary Page Abbott. I would also like to recognize from the National Safe Boating Council, John Malatek. From the Canadian Power Squadrons, past Chief Commander Frank Dvorak. From NASPLA, Chuck Wells and David Kowalski. Chief, that concludes my introductions.
Thank you. Found at the District 20 meet and greet, their hospitality room, we have a red jacket. Oh, is it yours? If it wasn't, it is now. If any people need to leave or, to catch a flight or anything else of our special guests, please don't hesitate to go ahead and do that. Do you have any remarks, Vern?
Again, always a pleasure to be here. Attendance has been a little more challenging recently, but I did want to trumpet the one milestone that we reached, which was the lowest number of boating deaths in recorded history for our program in 50 years. We had 556 boating deaths. Again, still too much, but definitely in the right direction and the safest record that we've had in the last 50 years since the Federal Safe Boating Act. So, thank you.
I also want to mention that Seth Wagner, who usually joins us, was not able to join us because of health reasons. Do we have a quorum? Mr. Secretary, do we have a quorum? We have a quorum. Unless there's an objection, the order of business may be changed by the chair as necessary to expedite this business, the business of the meeting. We are waiting to make sure that there's no objection. Okay. Seeing no objection, so moved. I now call on James Ziegler, Chair, Committee on Rules for Instruction on Voting, the voting rules in place, and the comm rules governing board report. James? That's Glenn's department.
As long as it wasn't the Elephant March. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jim Ziegler, from the Chairman of the Committee on Rules, and here to discuss all the fun things that we get to do. There's a couple things that we need to deal with first. We're going to have voting by those who are present and have picked up their cards with your cards. We have members who are participating online, and they will vote electronically. And there will be a slight delay in the vote to pick up if we do a vote, there'll be a slight delay to run that tally. So we'll have a little break, probably, if we have votes. Which gets into a subject that people have basically been saying, we're not voting at the governing board meetings. And it's a misinterpretation of how Robert's Rules of Order works. Robert's Rules of Order allows to expedite the meetings, that if after the motion is made and it's seconded and the chairman repeats the motion, a common phrase is there any discussion? Okay. And at that point, any member of the governing board can stand up and say, I object, I want to speak to the motion, I want to speak against the motion, I have a question about the motion, I want to make an amendment to the motion. And that's when that process starts. If no one says anything, it's a common practice for the chair to say, if there's no objections, hearing no objections, the motion passes. And it expedites the meeting. Congress uses this all the time. People don't understand that at that point, the vote's over. By not saying anything, the vote's over. You voted by silence. And so we use that process a lot to move the meeting along. But the voting is occurring. So please understand that. So it's a very specific time when you stand up and speak. And every member of the governing board has the privilege of the floor, or assuming that they're recognized by the chairman. Okay? So voting is occurring. So the process will be, standard Robert's Rules of Order governing. There are 4 bylaw amendments proposed. And so let me go over them very quickly just to understand what they are. And actually, we're going to go and act on these? Yes. Okay, we'll go ahead and act on these right now. So the first proposal to the bylaws is to resolve a problem that's been growing with getting a quorum for our meeting, for our governing board meeting. And diminishing participation, that stuff has been a problem. We're very close at Orlando. We actually did a little better. The cards actually worked this time and helped us get it. So basically the motion, and it's in your, by the way, it's in your packet, and I'm not going to reread all of this verbiage, but it's in your call to meeting. And we are going to, I'm going to move that we adopt this first motion to basically to change the quorum requirements basically to the voting members that are present at a scheduled annual or fall governing board meeting, or to basically 50 governing board members if we call a special meeting. Okay. Reason for that calling the number is so that we don't have like a runaway board of directors calling a rump meeting and trying to ram something through. So at least we're going to do a little bit of count. It's our belief that this is going to just solve a problem that we need to resolve. We have good attendance, good participation, so that's shouldn't be any issue at the governing board meeting. So, Commander, basically, we adopt the first proposed bylaw amendment to change the quorum requirement.
Motion is on the floor. It does not need a second. I also want to remind electronic voters to please don't wait for me to say yes or no. Just vote as soon as you hear the motion, et cetera. So at the time there, so you don't have to wait for that.
And the electronic voters also, once the motion is open, and if you ask for discussion, if you want to amend, object, question, whatever, that you clearly say in the chat, I object, I have a question, just get the first word in. Yvonne's watching the chat, and we'll stop the process. We'll wait for a certain period of minutes. Yvonne gives us the high sign, or actually Bob gives us the high sign, and then we'll proceed on. But we got to allow the remote voters to, at least to chime in also. So, excuse me, go ahead.
So the motion on the floor on the bylaws limit to change the quorum requirements. Is there any discussion? There's a question, but they haven't written it yet.
Okay, we're going to wait for a question. The one issue with remote meetings, but we have to do this. Are there any other questions or comments at this point while we're waiting for this? It only applies to governing board meetings. She asked, does it apply to all meetings? And it only applies to governing board meetings. And specifically scheduled fall and annual governing board meetings. We're good? Okay. Any other
discussion?
There was no objection. That was not an objection, so.
That was just a comment. Well, I'm going to call for a vote.
No.
Unless there's no other objections, then this has been passed.
All right.
So
Thank you.
ordered.
So ordered. The second bylaw proposal, it's in your package, deals with what we call scrivener corrections. As you know, at the annual meeting, we did 44 pages of corrections that had accumulated over about 15 years of bylaw revisions and things. In that process, we skipped a couple things. Actually, we didn't skip them. We sort of just missed them. We duplicated a section that and moved it someplace else, and there were some other capitalization errors. So basically, the corrections are in the minutes. They will go into the bylaws after this meeting. So I move that we accept the second amendment as proposed in the second set of amendments as proposed in the call to meeting.
Motion as proposed by the Rules Committee, basically housekeeping rules. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. That's what it is.
There does not need to be a second. Is there any discussion? There is discussion.
I'd like to point out for the minutes that according to American English and Merriam-Webster Dictionary, the word scrivener is misspelled. Thank you very much, sir.
So noted.
And in fact, in most organizations, these types of corrections are just automatically made by the secretary or whatever. We just chose to be very conservative and bring them up to the board, or to the governing board. We're good to go.
Any objections, Vaughn?
All right. Thank you.
Absence of any other objections to this motion, so ordered.
The third proposed bylaw amendment is actually a request we've gotten from several squadrons regarding sharing of officers, and that's the best way to describe it. We have squadrons that are very close together, that do a lot of joint activities, want to share officers or one or more officers, but aren't for various reasons, unable to merge. For example, their finances may be encumbered with certain grants and bequests, and so it's a very difficult process for them to merge, but they still want to operate together. We also have people who are snowbirds that are active in the squadrons in the north in the summertime and down in Florida in the wintertime, or other places in the south, that want to be able to serve on both squadrons. So they requested permission for an associate member to be an elected officer of the squadron. If you read that is actually going to have to be written into whatever squadron wants to do that, into their bylaws. But we also have to enable that in the national bylaws. Remember that we have national bylaws, district bylaws, and squadron bylaws, and the national bylaws define the requirements of the squadron charters. And we have to make sure that if we have something that doesn't allow a squadron to do it, we enable that. And that's what this is. This is enabling language so that squadrons may choose to adopt in their bylaws a provision that they can elect associate members to offices. It could be on the bridge, it could be one of the committees, an elected committee, such as rules or whatever. The only provision that we felt necessary was that the associate member can't be commander. We thought that was required. And also, since they're not an active member of the squadron, we did not add that they had the vote in the squadron to which they're an associate member. They can be elected to the office, but they don't have a vote. Seems a little weird, but we kind of went through that very specific. The quest was to share officers, not to do anything else. So we addressed the specific request. The amendments in the package, again, to go into effect at the end of this meeting, to basically allow associate members to be elected as officers of a squadron to which you're an associate, but not to vote and not to be commander. So that's our motion to adopt the language of that amendment.
Motion is on the floor to change basically the status of the associate members, with the exception of being able to be commander and voting. There does not need to be a second. Is there any discussion?
Please go to the microphone. Oh, we don't have a floor mic? All right. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, because the amendment as it's presented does not allow voting privilege for or the ability to serve as commander, I would like to offer an amendment to the amendment that it would also include the executive officer, because in the absence of the commander, the executive officer, if there is one, becomes the commander. And so that would not fly. So that would be my amendment to the amendment, to include the executive officer as well as the commander, yes.
Are you making a motion, Chris?
I am. Okay, so the motion is to amend the amendment to include the executive officer as a position that an associate member would not be able to hold, due to the fact that in the absence of the commander, they could not do it. All right, thank you.
There's amendment to this motion that that this be include not being able to hold the office of the executive officer of that squadron. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Yes, it's just a point of order. We have to vote on the amendment first and then go back to the main motion. But go ahead. There's discussion.
Excuse me, hold on. Any comments that are made from the audience will not be heard by the live stream unless you go up to that front line.
please come up to the front mic.
I'd like to speak against the amendment to the amendment on the basis that the phrase "or to serve as commander" is in the original motion, which would cover, I think, any bridge officer serving in place of the commander. Because in the absence of the commander and the XO, the AO is next in line. So you'd have to eliminate all the bridge officers in the order in which they serve as commander in absence of the chair.
May I speak to this?
No, absolutely.
There is accommodations that basically if the commander can, if the commander is disabled, this is when this occurs. That it does not have to automatically follow the XO. And if the XO is not qualified, basically it can be any officer, can even be a past commander. There are provisions in the bylaws to do that. Again, this is going to have to be written into the squadron bylaws after, if this is adopted. We're just opening it up as a general thing. So the question is, do we need the amendment or not? I don't believe we do, because I think we have provisions to allow, allow another officer to move into the commander's slot if the XO is an associate member. Okay.
I just wanted to know if that would, if we've already voted this in our squadron, do we have to follow the guidelines of this ruling, or can we say you could have a vote?
Actually, the bylaw, any bylaw that says that right now is not, it's not valid because it's prohibited by the national bylaws. So the national bylaws oversee it. If the language matches what's in the national bylaw as amended, no issue. Although we have to comply with it, yes.
Come up, Chris. No, we need you to come up to the microphone so everybody can see. Get your steps in.
Based on the clarification that was just offered, I'd like to withdraw my amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. The parliamentarians educating me. A couple of things. First of all, we don't believe that amendment was ever seconded, so we can just do that.
So we're good to go.
So we're good to go. But another point is, and I'll do that after this. I've got to do limit debate. But are there any other comments on this amendment?
Any other discussion?
Any more discussion? We got to wait for online for a minute or two, see if there's any discussion.
You withdrew it. But he spelled the one wrong.
Don't be shy. I never knew you'd be shy.
I'm just wondering why we can't amend the national bylaws to allow an associate to vote in this case, because everybody's struggling to get officers.
Would you like to propose that as an amendment?
I'd like to propose that we allow associate members to vote if they are elected as an officer in another squadron, and this will allow them to become a commander as well. Okay.
Jim. We're going to edit this amendment. Yes, sir. You wanted to get back on.
Okay, I'm amending that. Let's try this again so we have the right words. That the associate member have all rights as an active member. Rights and responsibilities as an active member, which would allow them to hold a position in 2 squadrons and vote. Everybody's struggling for help, and why would we turn them down?
We have a second?
Discussion?
But that would also mean you would be able to command all rights and responsibilities. Any discussion?
I hear you.
Would that also mean this associate member would be able to become commander with all those rights and responsibilities? Thank you.
That would be, that would be the interpretation rules. Ken, you agree?
Any other discussion? I will call for a vote on the amendment.
There's no objection.
Is there any objection to the amendment passing? There are objections. I will call for a vote of the amendment. We are voting on the amendment that any associate member will have the full responsibilities of any other member of that squadron. All in favor, raise your voting cards, please. All opposed? By looking it is approved. We have to wait for the electronic vote. But
Peter should be running an electronic vote right now.
we never have to vote on the main
They did.
motion.
Not here, so we don't have any communication with Peter.
He's supposed to be texting me. I have not got anything.
This is the one issue we have with electronic voting, but take a minute. Meet and greet, say hello to everybody. James, good relay here. Thank you, James.
For the people voting electronically, use bylaws 1. Is that all one word, James?
That should be obvious.
All one word.
We shut to vote the motion. As a minute.
Vaughn, can you call Peter?
We're just checking. He's still writing 2 minutes. There's a time limit on the vote. electronic vote, so we have to wait till it runs out. Which, by the way, while we're doing it, one of the jobs of the Rules Committee is to also to review the district and squadron bylaw revisions. Some squadrons are fairly far behind on that. But our job is to make sure that you're in compliance with the requirements of the charter. Basically, Articles 1, 2, 3, and 7 of the national bylaws for squadrons. So that's what our job is, also to do that. If you have any problems moving a proposed bylaws amendment through or changing your bylaws and need help from the committee, you have representatives assigned to the districts. If you're not getting a response, call me, and we'll take care of it. Give me another minute here. Thank you for your patience, by the way.
Technology is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
To a point. And also understand if this amendment's approved, the squadrons will still have to change their bylaws, amend their bylaws to enable this in their own bylaws. This is simply enabling language in the national bylaws, Article 7. For Article 4. I don't know for sure. We got another minute. So.
Can I make an announcement?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sure. Want to get some other business out of the way.
Hi, everyone. I just want to let y'all know there are snacks in the back. There is candy. There's apples, fresh apples from the area that Rose Stano has provided for us from District 9. So please feel free to walk around whenever you get your break or whatever. But there's candy. There's, like I said, apples, bottles of water, snacks and stuff. So if you take whatever you'd like. Okay. Thanks.
But please dispose of the apple cores properly.
As long as it's not a submarine sandwich. Somebody else. Yes.
Okay, it's 23. All right, I have the vote from Peter. Online is 23 for, 6 against, so this amendment will pass.
All right, thank you. So, okay, so now we vote on the motion as amended, which basically is associate members. The language will have to be tweaked a little bit, but the associate members will basically be allowed to have all the rights and privileges of an active member of the squadron to which they're an associate. Right. So that is now the amended motion. Amended motion.
We just voted on the amended motion. Now we're voting on the amended to the amended to the amended to the amended, and then to the amended motion, which basically says that the associate member can hold any office and the responsibilities. We've already discussed. All in favor, raise your cards, please. All opposed? And we'll wait for the electronic.
Given the number of online voters, I think the motion is passed.
We'll still wait.
Okay, you want to wait?
Yes.
All right.
Hey,
Aye, sir.
now Peter tells me that the bylaws 2 is the access key. So again, technology is a wonderful thing.
And again, I will remind you, should this motion pass, the squadrons will still have to amend their own bylaws to enable this. Just limit on voting 5 minutes. Peter waiting 5 minutes on the vote? Yeah, okay. Again, thank you for your patience. This is the process we have to do.
Can we, when you count here, just wait an extra minute? It's hard. When you say all, it is 5 seconds.
With August, the card show. Oh, we don't. We only count. If someone chair can do it visually.
What we're going to do.
Thank you.
It's coming now. It's 27 for, 5 against. The amendment passes.
Thank you. So this will appear in the national bylaws in the next couple of weeks as we get it reissued. And again, if any squadron wishes to do this, they're going to have to submit revised bylaws. And again, as a practice, we'd like to see the entire bylaw package for committee review. We'll move them through quick if we're pretty much the language is consistent. Okay, so very good. Now we get to the last proposed amendment. No, that was 3. That's true. And this bylaw amendment actually had multiple parts. It's rather a large section of the voting, and it has to do with voting at the governing board meetings. And it addresses a number of things that have come up in the last year, and some have resolved some questions that have been raised, and provide some enabling language. There are roughly 280 squadrons. Every squadron commander gets a vote. Every squadron gets at least 1 delegate. So 560 votes on the governing board come from the squadrons. There is less than 140 votes that come from the national officers, the emeritus members, the district commanders. So the preponderance of the voting influence on the governing board comes from the squadrons. And we are strongly encouraging, and in part of the discussion to prepare this amendment, was a strong urgent that we need the squadrons to be participating in the governance of USPS. And we do that through the governing board. And we do that through participating in governing board activities. A long time ago, before we had the ability to do electronic voting and remote participation, and basically you can blame this on COVID. Before that, we allowed the district commanders to carry the vote of commanders from their district. That is no longer necessary. The commanders can participate remotely. The commanders can assign alternates if they cannot participate. And by the way, we're using the word participate, not attend, because that's the world now. So there's really no practical reason for why the district commanders need to carry the other commanders' votes. And so that provision is being eliminated just basically because of technology enabling and the fact that we want squadron commanders to participate. It is their duty. It is their responsibility. It's something you sign up for when you become a squadron commander. You become a member of the governing board. So it was discussed long and hard. Understand the committee spent an exorbitant amount of time. And we also engaged discussion with the board of directors to get their input. But at the end, this is a report from the Committee on Rules. But it's our belief that we need to enable and encourage squadron participation. So that's the first thing that's being changed in this amendment. But then again, we have a situation where we have members of the governing board. Remember that there's always this discussion, but we have people who are members of the governing board because of the office they hold. We call those ex officio members. And there are members that are assigned by the squadrons, those are squadron delegates. They're a member of the governing board for a specific meeting. And those are registered with headquarters, and that's what goes on. All of the ex officio members, all those people who have on the governing board because of their office, they're already registered. You don't have to register. You don't have to do anything. You're already on the roll to participate in the governing board. It's only the delegates that have to be registered. Or if a squadron commander is choosing an alternate to represent them. Okay? Or if a chairman, for example, is unable to participate and has their staff commander represent them. The only other things that have national headquarters have to get involved in. So we're basically still dealing with the issues that we have officers that serve in multiple positions that are entitled to governing board votes. I'm a district education officer as well as chairman of rules, both of which entitle me to a vote on the governing board. Okay? And we have other people do that. We had a long and hard debate, again, in the committee and with using other members, including the board of directors, about how we should handle that. And it was like one man, one vote, or do you vote the office? And almost unanimously, it came back that we need to represent our office. So I need to represent District 5 as district education officer, and I need to represent the rules committee as chairman of rules. And so the proposal is if someone has entitled to multiple votes due to the offices they hold, that they can vote each one of those offices. So that's the second change. That has actually been the practice for the governing board for as long as we can remember. We've gone back and talked to a lot of past chiefs and those who can remember. Sorry, gentlemen. And actually, they're very astute. They're very lucid. And actually, Robert was on the committee as we started this discussion, so he is past chief, so he's feeding us good information. But it was a big debate in which way we would go there. But we need to vote the office. There's one exception. Past vice commanders are also entitled to vote on the governing board. And we have some past vice commanders who never went up to chief. And so they can be members of the governing board. But all of our distinguished and esteemed past chief commanders, did I make up for it?
Exalted.
Exalted. Look, exalted, esteemed, yes. Also served as past vice commanders. They're not going to get 2 votes. We're just, past chief, you get 1. Okay. So that's one of the second provisions in it. And the third provision in the change is basically that if a squadron commander is designated an alternate, it can't be a member of an established member of the governing board. Somebody already has a vote on the governing board. They can't designate that as an alternate. Same holds for delegates. That's always been in there. You can't assign a member of the governing board, an ex officio member of the governing board, to be a delegate. We just said we also can't. That's always been there. Same thing with squadron alternate. This again to encourage more participation by members of the squadrons in the deliberations of the governing board. Basically, what it's intended to do. Hang on, we'll get you in. So those are I believe, the changes that are in that section. It's a long section to it. A lot of rewriting. There's a little bit of editorial stuff too. But that was basically. So that is the fourth amendment we're proposing. Okay.
So in light of some clarity, can you put that in the Reader's Digest version?
Yeah.
Of the.
So basically, we're modifying the voting for governing board as 1, district commanders will no longer be able to accumulate squadron commanders will no longer be able to assign their vote to the district commander. Number 2 is that members of the governing board who have multiple offices can vote for each one of those offices. Right? The past chiefs don't get an extra vote because they were a past vice chief. And I think that's all the things that were in there.
This coming from a committee needs no second.
Excuse me, but hang on.
Parliamentarian has a.
Oh, and the alternate for the commander cannot be a member of the governing board. We moved, that's the motion. Is that the Reader's Digest version? Does that work? Okay. So that's the motion we make, that we adopt the fourth bylaw amendment as written in the call to meeting. To take effect after the meeting. Thank you.
We don't need a second. Is this coming from committee? Is there any discussion? Thomas, you have to come
on
up,
up,
please.
Tom.
I have a question.
Okay.
You're saying you're taking away the vote for availability for the district commander, so the squadron commanders will have the ability to vote, and they will. We've got a big 30 people online who just voted.
Yes.
Whoop-de-doo, 30 people.
Well, it's what we're encouraging, more participation.
It's not going to work.
Any other discussion?
We have one on, I believe,
Mr.
online.
Baker. Can you hold the online, please?
Gary, come on up.
Thank you. I'm District Commander, District 16, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Tacoma Sail and Power Squadron. They asked me to oppose the provision that would provide that squadrons cannot give their vote to the district commanders. And in fact, here's Tacoma right here. So I'm acting for them today. They believe in unusual circumstances, no member of a squadron nor the squadron commander would be able to participate either in person or online. In fact, that is the circumstances today where the squadron commander cannot participate. So Tacoma believes that the squadrons should have the flexibility in those unusual circumstances in which the squadron cannot appear through the commander or someone else to appoint the district commander to act on their behalf, because in those unusual circumstances, the squadron would thereby lose their vote. Thank you.
Are you proposing an amendment to the motion? The proposed, or you're proposing an amendment to the amendment?
Well, I'm proposing to strike that portion of
so
what's
you're
being
proposing an
proposed.
amendment to the amendment.
Right. I guess it would be proposing an amendment to the amendment to strike that portion of what's proposed.
And would you try to state your amendment is to strike that, is to allow the district commanders to carry, or to squadron commanders to assign their vote to the district commander? Is that your amendment?
Well stated, Jim.
Do I have a second? Or second? Okay.
We have a second?
We now have discussion on the amendment. Can we hold your, Chief? Yvonne? What? 1 second. We have the, I'm sorry, go ahead. It was basically the DCs will not be able to promote the voice of the commanders. Okay.
Yeah, my question is about position more than office. What about the governing board emeritus and like a past chief or a past vice commander? How many votes would that individual get?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, answer Ted's question was, does a past chief who's also an emeritus member get 2 votes? And the answer is yes. Going back to the amendment to strike the provision that does not allow district commanders to assign their vote to the squadron commanders assign their vote to the district commanders. That's the question on the floor.
Any other discussion? Chris, what are you getting at me?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the amendment And maybe I'll do this just by way of a question. My understanding is with the amendment that squadron commanders, instead of assigning their vote to the district commander and giving the district commander whatever their views may be the vote, that they would have the ability instead to give that vote, assign that vote to another member of their squadron who could appear online. Okay, if nothing else, if they can't be here in person, you know, Grand Rapids is a long way from my home, but I could have been here online, and I would have been. So I fail to see why we're trying to defend squadrons being able to delegate, you know, squadron commanders being able to delegate their vote to their district commanders when we have plenty of folks in our own squadron who understand where we're coming from on any given issue. Okay, that's the person I want having my vote if I'm not here. So anyhow, that is, I'm not sure.
No, let me ask you. I think you're asking a question.
It's pretty much.
Yeah, and the question is, provision's always been there that the commander can designate another member of their squadron as their alternate. That's always, that provision has always been there.
Yes.
So basically, Chris is if I can help. Chris
Yes,
is
sir.
basically just voting, he's opposed to the amendment, is basically.
Opposed to the amendment.
To the amendment, yes.
The amendment to the amendment.
The amendment to the amendment. I like this language.
Susan. Sorry, Susan. And no running, please.
No, that's okay. I believe that Gary Baker's amendment was, I don't know how to pronounce the word, but it's something that happens to the squadron commander, and there is no person that is able. I have a 99 or 100-year-old commander who now has COVID and wanted me to vote for him. And because he didn't do the electronics, because he doesn't know how to, but he didn't do anything in time. That's his error. But in the future, if he wanted me to vote as the district commander, I'll even associate with his squadron and be the squadron member to vote. So, but I think that's what Gary said, but I can't pronounce the word. Ex
officio. Ex officio.
See, you guys understood it.
Any other further discussion? James.
I would like to speak
Introduce
against.
yourself, James.
I am James Milton, Commander of Great South Bay and RC of Membership. I would like to speak against the amendment to the amendment. If your squadron does not have a single member that is willing to sit on the meeting and participate in this conversation and this discussion, then I feel that you should have to give up your seat at the table. This is a deliberative body. Each squadron does have a voice. Each squadron does have the ability to participate remotely. They do not have to travel anymore. So you need to have a little skin in the game as opposed to just giving your vote away and hoping somebody else does what you do, especially since anybody in your squadron can represent you. So that's
Any other discussion? No, you can't,
Now, you gotta come up.
because the people remotely can't hear you.
Hi, I'm Bill Hammett, District Commander, District 5. What I need for clarification, this is getting slightly confusing. What we're trying to do is not allow a district commander to serve as a delegate for a squadron commander. However, can a squadron commander still designate a delegate within his own squadron?
Yes.
That's the question.
Let me cut it. First, the squadron commander can appoint any member of his squadron, and in this will be who is not already a member of the governing board, to be there, represent the squadron as squadron commander for the meeting. That's what we call an alternate. In addition, the squadron commander always can assign delegates based on the size of the squadron. So
thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
No.
Ready? We're calling for a vote on the amendment.
Wait a minute. Do we have discussion back here?
If you have any further discussion, why don't you come up to the front so we can save some time?
Dave Haddix, Rear Commander, Basic Public Education, past Commander, Anna Maria Island, Salem Power Squadron. Mr. Chairman, it looks to me like you've got a Scrivener's error right there. A colon. Is that
Yes,
correct?
you're right.
Because those are struck, so.
Yes, so we will correct that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Grammarly has corrected the.
Thank you, sir. And we're not going to have a vote on that. It's a criminal correction.
Since I see no other discussion, any discussion online, Yvonne? Okay.
So
We're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which would state that would continue that the district commander can vote in lieu of the squadron commander not being here. He can have multiple votes from his squadrons. All in favor, raise,
Please state what an affirmative vote does and what a negative vote does, because we're striking language.
Yes, so if I can restate the motion, it's to strike the provision that the squadron commanders cannot delegate their vote to the district commander.
A yes vote.
If you vote
Yes.
then you are voting for the squadron commander to be
Able to-
Yes,
to
if you vote
vote.
yes, we amend it to allow squadron commanders to delegate their vote to the district commander.
If you vote no, you are not allowing that. All in favor. So the yes vote, all in favor? We're going to have a count, so keep them up, please. We got.
Colors, come up when you got your number.
Bylaws 3.
Now the code is bylaws 3. We're going to run out of digits pretty soon.
What are we doing now? We wrote nay.
This is bylaws 3 for this vote. Electronic.
Okay, bylaws 3 online. So that was the yays. Tellers, bring your numbers up.
Did you guys? Oh, okay. What do we have, Randy? I know that,
No, we
but I
don't.
want to get how many number for
This is the yays. We're counting yays.
all opposed.
My count is the nays.
Yeah, I know, but we'll get the numbers and then. Angela, have Randy bring up the numbers here. Have Randy just bring up the numbers here, or wherever's the count. Whoever's counting is bring the numbers.
Yeah, we need to tell us. You know, my problem is I can only count to 9.5. So
Use your toes.
That's 19 and a half.
More like 3/4, wouldn't it, Jim? Hey, Ralph, can we take a pause for the cause?
Yes, we can. Oh, after he's finished, yeah.
Oh, in the middle of it.
No, let me see if we can get these. I think you can put your cards down, Nate.
again, thank you for your patience, but we are a deliberative body. This is what we're supposed to be doing to manage the governance of USPS. I have to tell you about vacation this summer. We went out to one of the national parks, and we saw a group of hikers talking to the ranger, and they were getting ready to do backcountry hiking, packing. And the ranger was explaining to the hikers that there's two types of bears in the park. There's black bears and there's brown bears. And in that park, brown bears were grizzly bears. And the ranger said, if the black bear knows you're around, they're just going to run away. So some young man from New York City, with all this LL Bean outfit on and all this kind of stuff, said, Mr. Ranger, how do the black bears know we're around? Well, the gift shop sells little bells that you hook on your knapsack. They make little noises, and the black bears will hear it and run away. But if you find yourself in brown bear country, you need to turn around and go away. And the brown bears are very good because they mark their territory with their scat. Right on the trails. So it's real obvious you're in brown bear territory, and you go away. Mr. Ranger, how do I know it's brown bear scat? Well, it's real simple. It's got little bells in it.
The vote is in the room, 72 no, 33 yes. Electronic, 18 no and 18 yes. So that the amendment goes down.
But thank you for bringing it, Gary. I mean, it's why we're here. This is what we're supposed to do. So now we vote on the amendment as written and presented in the packet to be implemented after this, at the conclusion of this meeting. Is there further discussion?
Is there further discussion on the First Amendment, our first amendment to the bylaws? Vaughn? I see no discussion. I call for a vote. Explain what a yes and a no vote would be.
Okay. Well, we still have, but what you're voting on, or the vote is on to adopt the language as written in the call to meeting to go into effect at the end of this meeting.
Unless there's any objection, the amendment will pass.
Were we waiting online?
Well, we're going to wait online.
Yeah, we have to wait. Give it online for folks a minute to come in. See if they have any other objections to the motion.
Reread the motion.
Well, the motion, I'm going to request that I refer to the motion was in the call to meeting in full. It's several pages long. And we are voting on the motion as it was written in the call to the meeting with the Scrivener correction to take effect at the end of this meeting, as it's stated in the call to meeting. We're just waiting for an online conference.
Kathy, you have to move out of the way so I can see Vaughn.
Hey, Kathy, we can't see you, Vaughn. Thank you.
Vaughn?
All right.
Unless there's no further objection, the amendment to the bylaws passes.
Thank you. I would like to thank the members of the Rules Committee. Again, this was a rather difficult set of bylaws to go through. The Scrivener one was enough, but this was above and beyond. But I want to point out Bob Canfield, our parliamentarian, Steve Gatton, past district commander Steve Gatton, Robert Heck, Nick Montalto. Nick's here, I believe. Thank Nick. Anna Morris, we all know and love, and Ken Simpson, district commander Ken Simpson. We're here to serve you. We need your input. We are here to help you. We'll help you move your bylaws through quickly. If you're having difficulty amending your bylaws, call us. We'll get on Zoom and have a conference call if we need to. But we're here to serve and we're here to help. And with that, thank you for your patience and your consideration. And my report is complete.
I'm not sure if you're clapping for the report complete or what. Seeing it as this went on, unless there's an objection, we will limit debate on all motions to 2 minutes. Is there an objection? Vaughn? For each person. Rick? No, it does not. So ordered. The National Secretary has distributed the minutes for the 2025 annual meeting of the Governing Board and delegates held in February 2025. Unless there's an objection, this will be taken as a motion to accept those minutes. Do I hear an objection? Hearing none. Vaughn? Well, that was 32, so. Hearing no objection, the minutes stand approved, distributed. What I'm going to do now, it is 10:27. Let's take about 5 or 10 minutes to stretch our legs, except for the folks. We will return at 10:33.
You know, it's going to get worse. But hey, whatever it is. Well, I'm going to. There's going to be some shots thrown back. Yeah, that's him. Well, we're in cahoots. No, he's not here. He's got a beard. Chuck and I were in one letter. It says combat era. That means he didn't do shit. It is what it is.
We are getting old, though. I'm just thinking around myself. We're not getting old now.
Can't worry about what you can't change.
Anyway,
how you been?
Is this your list? This is your list.
Yeah.
So who's next?
Mike Waddell. It's kind of bittersweet. We're having a good time today, but it's also the time is much more. Yes, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
No.
Are there any additions or corrections? Here's the reason that the motion to approve the minutes fails. The previous meeting was never held.
That's why I asked for unless there was an objection.
Well, but that's why you come up. Are there any additions or corrections? Only corrections and minutes are allowed, and then once you finish that, it's here. Hello.
Can you take your seats, please? We'll reconvene.
It's not cold in here at all. I don't think it's. This is much better than it usually is.
Yes, that's true.
Can we take our seats, please? Ooh. Can we take our seats, please? I will now call on past Chief Commander Robert Baldridge of the Endowment Fund.
Chief, exalted, effervescent, ever supportive, past chiefs, bridge members, and guests. Good morning. I bring good news. Your USPS Endowment Fund is strong and growing. But first, Chief, I have a question for you. If a tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound?
No, because nobody's here.
Craig, note the date and the time. The chief got an answer correct. That list is very short, but we will record it. Now, the page entries for this meeting are going to be along on the other side, you know, the errors, but that one needs to be recorded.
At least you're fair.
I'll come back to that in a bit. Your endowment fund has provided $160,726 this year to support America's Boating Club operations in Imus. We have received $128,480 in donations, $31,729 in dividends and interest, and unrealized capital gains of $48,721. Now, if you take out December, the unrealized capital gains would have been $123,445. So anybody with a time machine, if you could go back and do that, I'd appreciate it. That would help. Thank you for supporting your endowment fund. We have completed the switch in our portfolio to 88% ETFs and 12% individual investments. We're implementing a new customer relationship manager, Donor Perfect, to better serve our donors, and our kickoff date is in Myrtle Beach for that. We're looking for members who are professional fundraisers to volunteer to help us grow. So, Chief, back to your question. If a tree falls in the woods, the bark breaks, the wood cracks, and there's a vibration that transmits through the air. And that vibration has a frequency and it has an amplitude. As that vibration continues through the air, if a person is present, they have eardrums and the eardrum vibrates. And your mind translates that vibration on your eardrums as a sound. In the case of a tree, it has multiple frequencies and amplitude, and it's a loud sound. And your mind tells you that it's a loud noise. If you were to hear somebody play a violin, not me, you wouldn't want to, but if you heard somebody play a violin, the string across the bow across the strings vibrates. There's a vibration that is transmitted through the air. The box of the violin provides a reverb, an echo of that vibration, and that goes through the air. And when that reaches your eardrums, the vibration, your mind translates that vibration into a sound. And it knows, you know, that it's a pleasant sound. It's a good sound. The tree falling is noise, but you know the difference between a vibration in the air one vibration in the air and another vibration in the air. And you can tell the truth of the situation. One is new, one is noise, and one is a beautiful sound. So what do we know? We know that our mission, making the water a better place through education, civic service, and fellowship on the water, is important and must continue. We know that our numbers are down. We must grow to keep serving the mission. We know that we're stressed financially, and that whatever course we follow, marketing, volunteer training, member services to grow and to serve our mission will be more expensive, not less. But did you know this? If we grow the fund from $2.3 million as it is today to $10 million, we can support 31% of the current operational expenses of America's Boating Club. If we grow to $20 million, our future is secure. That is our BHAG, our big, hairy, audacious goal. Your contribution to the endowment fund can be made at USPSendowment.fund. It can be made with your dues through IMAS as a required minimum distribution from your IRA, through planned giving, or even you can write a check and stick it in the mail. Your contribution goes to the principal of the fund and will remain permanent. The earnings of your contribution will be made available to support America's Boating Club and its operations. You'll be hearing a little bit more between now and Myrtle Beach. Please look in the news feed that you get. And please help secure the future of America's Boating Club. Thank you, Chief. That completes my report.
Thank you, Chief. I also would like to point out Denise is over there selling raffle tickets for the 2026 annual meeting in Myrtle Beach. She would like you to go over there, not now, on a break or during lunch, and buy some raffle tickets. I will now call upon our wonderful director, Lena Padro, for a report from the office staff. Lena?
Good morning. I am pleased to introduce the headquarters staff present today. Marketing Director, Tammy Brown. And Communications Director, Yvonne Hill. Yvonne continues to extend and update the IMAS membership management system, most recently working with the national meetings to launch its reservation system on IMAS. A recent upgrade to the IMAS family billing process makes auto billing available for families as well as individuals. Look forward for more information coming your way soon. Tammy Brown has been holding 4 weekly Squadron conference calls, focal groups to provide Facebook and Google marketing support to Squadrons. Tammy is also working with the marketing and IT committees to standardize Squadron websites for consistent branding and overall look. Tammy Townsend, Deputy Communication Director, most recently published the Ensign Magazine Summer 2025 issue on July 1. The next issue will be published October 1. America's Boating Compass continues to be published mostly with boating safety tips and articles from the Educational Department. Like many of you, our headquarters staff continues to learn as we work within the new IMAS system. We are always happy to provide support and answer your questions, So please don't hesitate to reach out when you need assistance. Thank you for your time and your continued support of headquarters.
I would also like to commend the headquarters staff. They are just fantastic. If you've called the headquarters staff for anything, and especially, with regardless of what it is, they respond very quickly. Yvonne is fantastic with helping people with the IMUS and try to talk it through them. And I've seen her actually physically talk everybody through that, and they've done a phenomenal job. So I'd like to give them a round of applause, please. I'd like to call on a report from the committee chair on nominations, John Crawford.
Good morning. I'm John Crawford from District 34, the Cape Cod Squadron, and chair of the nominating committee. The nominating committee meets weekly and tries to interview 2 to 3 candidates for future leadership positions. Since the annual meeting, we've interviewed 44 people, and we've interviewed an additional 11 this week. The committee will be presenting a full slate of officers, for the annual meeting later in the quarter. In the meantime, we have 4 people who have been approved in staff commander positions. So in accordance with the USPS bylaw section 561, the committee on nomination recommends the election of the below of these members. Excuse me. For staff commander of the Boat Systems Committee, Thomas R. Nolan, SN, from the Pompano Beach Power Squadron, District 8. For staff commander of the Safety Committee, past Rear Commander Gene A. Danko, SN, from the Annapolis Sail and Power Squadron, District 5. For staff commander of the Finance Committee, past Rear Commander Michael J. Skelly, JN, Minnetonka Power Squadron, District 10. And for staff commander of the Membership Committee, past District Commander Jonathan D. Bensman, AP, from the Toledo Power Squadron, District 29. That completes my report. Thank you.
John, can you ask them to stand? What? Ask them to stand.
Oh, yes. We need to have a vote. If you don't want these people, just let me know. All of those in favor?
No, wait, I have to do that.
Oh, you can do that.
You have to make the motion.
Make a motion that these 4 candidates be approved in their positions as listed.
Since this is a general committee, there's no need for a second. Unless there's an objection, this motion will pass. Are there any objections?
Thank you.
Are any of the people present? Are any of the new people here?
I don't think so.
Any objections, Vaughn? The motion is passed. Will the people just so nominated please stand? Outstanding. Please raise your right hand, please, sir. I do solemnly pledge myself to perform faithfully and impartially the duties of the office which I'm about to assume. You're in. Thank you, John. I will now call on a report from the national officer, Ruth Whitstone.
Can you hear me all right? Is that good? Good. Good morning. Chief, past chiefs, members of the bridge, honored guests, and fellow members of America's Boating Club. I'm Ruth Whitstone, your national law officer. Before I begin my presentation, I want to thank the chief for sending me as the chief's representative to District 3 Spring Conference. While I am a member of District 4, I live and boat in Brooklyn, New York, which is in District 3. And the members of District 3 are my friends and neighbors. I want to thank the Commander, John Pergola, and his bridge of Pergola's Patriots for the hospitality shown to me and Michael, and for all the hard work they do to promote and grow America's Boating Club. During the conference, we had a spirited discussion about what else? Insurance. But I hope that we all felt better at the end of the discussion about the scope of our national and local protection. The law officer and the law committee are America's Boating Club's in-house legal team. We support and assist the National Bridge headquarters staff in various departments of USPS in carrying out their policies and decisions. We are also available to consult with and assist our districts and squadrons and their law officers about potential legal problems. We are fortunate to have members of the committee with expertise in corporate law, taxation, estate planning, and intellectual property, among other areas. Our committee could not function without their dedicated efforts. I wish to publicly thank Staff Commander Horatio Cabrera, AP, Past Rear Commander Max Workentine, III, AP, Lieutenant Bruce Gardner, JN, Past Rear Commander Greg Korstad, SNIN, Lieutenant Natalie Whitty, JN, District Lieutenant Nick Montalto, SNIN, and PRC, Past Rear Commander Michael Friedman, NIN, for all their efforts on behalf of America's Boating Club. Today, I want to take a closer look at what the Law Committee does for America's Boating Club and its member squadrons and districts. Under the national bylaws, the Law Committee and the law officer are to provide legal advice and services to the Board of Directors and at their discretion to the departments of our organization. What does this mean? As I see it, the Law Committee has two functions which are somewhat interrelated. On the one hand, the Law Committee tries to act as a problem solver, and on the other hand, to be a problem avoider. When the Board of Directors or a squadron or district comes to us with a problem, the committee tries to find a solution for that problem or to find a way to minimize the impact of the problem that the problem creates. The Law Committee also works to prevent problematic situations from arising by careful consideration of transactions and agreements before they are undertaken. It is usually far easier to avoid a problem by proactively planning ahead than trying to correct it after a situation after it has occurred. All in all, it is usually much better if you come to the Law Committee if you think there might be a problem coming, so that hopefully we can take steps to avoid an adverse situation. Sometimes that just isn't possible, and we must deal with the circumstances before us. A major problem which America's Boating Club has faced this past year, which we were not able to avoid, was the change in our insurance carriers. The Law Committee has worked with our insurance broker and the National Treasurer on a series of policies which provide the maximum practical coverage for the national organization, squadrons, and districts. Our solution is far from perfect, but we feel it offers acceptable levels of risk at barely affordable costs. One part of this package is the opportunity for squadrons and districts to purchase their own directors and officers, that is D&O insurance. A squadron or district which has purchased this insurance will effectively have general liability protection for the personal liabilities of directors and officers, and for the assets of the squadron, including defense costs for claims made during the term of the policy, all for a relatively modest premium. For example, $1 million of coverage can cost as little as $450. We understand that many squadrons which own property or otherwise have significant assets may have acquired such insurance as part of the suite of policies covering their property. However, our broker has advised us that only a small numbers of districts and squadrons have purchased D&O coverage for themselves. We urge you to strongly consider acquiring this coverage. Squadron and district D&O policies not only protect the policies holders and their officers and directors, they also provide additional coverage to our national organization by potentially providing additional coverage for claims. Since the current premiums for the squadron and district policies were based on a projected higher level of participation than has occurred, it is possible that future premiums for coverage will increase even more than might not have otherwise happened without a greater level of participation by our squadrons and districts. Turning to the problem avoidance side, our committee has reviewed multiple proposed transactions and agreements relating to commitments by our organization or offering of benefits to our members. Our goal in each case is to make certain our organization and its members are protected and that the desired benefits will be available to members. Another aspect of problem avoidance is compliance with applicable federal and state law. We work with headquarters staff to make certain all federal and state filing obligations are met. We are ready to assist the districts and squadrons in the filing of our federal returns. Our IP Council works with the Education Department and the Marketing and Public Affairs Committee to make certain our publications use our trademarks properly and that educational materials carry the proper copyrights. We also try to educate squadrons and districts about the need to use proper trademarks and materials on their publications and websites, and that they should only use photographs or other materials for which they have proper permission. If you find a great boating picture on the internet and use it without specific permission, someone will come looking to you for money. This is a problem that could have and should have been avoided. As the last year has taught us, risk assessment and risk management is a key component for our entire organization. Evaluating a potential activity to determine how to best minimize the risk is an exercise we must all undertake when planning for our squadrons, districts, and national organization. Is insurance necessary for the activity? And yes, is the planned activity already covered by our national policies? If not, event insurance should be purchased. Well, this exercise in problem avoidance is something the squadrons and districts should be able to undertake on their own. The Law Committee is ready to assist you if you feel you need help. Just give us an email, drop us an email, or give us a call. Remember, when you are teaching a class or conducting an activity under the America's Boating Club name, it is more than just a local event. Your conduct, for better or worse, represents the entire organization. And what you say or do or don't say or do can have consequences for all of us. You should continue to do your America's Boating Club activities. Just do them prudently and with forethought and care, and not on a sudden whim or impulse or recklessly. In conclusion, I want to raise a point of personal privilege. By now, many of you have received a series of letters from Gary Baker challenging the actions and motives of our board of directors. These letters are filled with cherry-picked facts and words, half-truths, misrepresentations, and innuendo. While I cannot and will not comment on every misstatement or even a few in Mr. Baker's letters, I will respond to one of his twisting and distortions of my words. On February 18th of this year, I wrote a letter to Mr. Baker in response to a letter he sent me in support of Ben Coons. In his first letter sent out on September 1st, Mr. Baker states, "The board of directors claimed that governing board members have no legal right to the accounting records of our organizations," citing to the letter that I wrote to him. This is not what I said. This is what I wrote, and I'm quoting. "If Ben or any other USPS member presents a request to review accounting records, the board will review the request and at that time determine if it fully complies with the North Carolina nonprofit corporation law." Implicit in that statement is that any member who complies with the statute will receive the financial records. It is unfortunate and sad that Mr. Baker feels compelled to misrepresent what I wrote in service in his agenda. All I can say is shame on him. If anyone wishes to see a complete copy of the letter that I wrote to Mr. Baker, please contact me and I will gladly email you a copy. Chief, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Ruth. We'll now have a report of the chair of the planning committee, Bill.
But good morning, Chief, Bridge, past chief commanders, members of the governing board, and guests. My name's Bill Stano, and I am the chair of the planning committee. I'm also the current District 9 commander, and I wish everybody after the meeting, if you didn't come to our hospitality suite yesterday, please come up. We have so much ice cream left. So I'd be really happy. So there you go. The other thing that I want to start before I give my presentation, this is my first time standing in front of the governing board to give a report. And so first impressions are everything. So what do? I'm standing here. Those of you who may be close up can notice that I have a huge coffee stain on my shirt that I so I apologize for that, but the coffee was good. Since the annual meeting in February, the Planning Committee has been working diligently to evaluate the role and future direction of the Cyber Squadron. Our club is rich in tradition, proudly serving boating enthusiasts across the country through local squadrons, districts, and a strong organizational structure. We have a valuable opportunity to grow and to evolve by embracing changes in society, technology, and member expectations. The Cyber Squadron is one of our organizations, a way that has responded to these changes by embracing innovation while staying true to our core mission. The Cyber Squadron serves as a valuable resource for retaining experienced and displaced members who may no longer participate in traditional squadrons for a variety of reasons. It also includes a growing number of life members whose long-term dedication contributes to important knowledge and continuity to our organization. The chief requested the planning committee to consider providing options on what might be the short-term and long-term implications of transforming the Cyber Squadron into a separate, autonomous, nationwide entity reporting directly to the national organization with the attributes of a traditional squadron, except for being geographically based at locations not close to where the member lives, works, or both. So after careful consideration, the Planning Committee recommended that the Cyber Squadron remain an integral component of America's Boating Club with enhanced governance, greater operational autonomy, and targeted projected funding rather than becoming an autonomous traditional squadron. The aim is to energize and to retain experienced members, attract new members through the digital and social channels, and promote a flexible engagement to foster innovation while maintaining a connection with the broader organization. The committee believes that we should strengthen the Cyber Squadron as a separate component, section, or department within the national organization, which will enable it to better serve as a resource for displaced members and as a platform to engage younger, internet-savvy individuals and keep it in alignment with evolving social trends. The committee's research convinced that supporting the Cyber Squadron is no threat to our traditional squadrons. Many members of the Cyber Squadron are not interested in joining a traditional squadron. Engaging these individuals in a Cyber Squadron provides resources to the entire organization that otherwise might be missed. The Planning Committee identified two principal roles for the Cyber Squadron. First, as a vehicle for retention of experienced members who cannot or do not wish to participate in traditional squadrons. And second, as a flexible platform to align with broader social trends, particularly among the younger generations who favor a more remote engagement and online learning. The function positions of the Cyber Squadron, this function positions the Cyber Squadron as a valuable resource for attracting and retaining younger members. To better understand the need and prospects and opportunities for engagement of the Cyber Squadron members, the committee recommends conducting surveys of both current and former Cyber Squadron members, because when we do that, the insights gained from these surveys will guide deployment strategies to maximize Cyber Squadron benefits to its members and to our organization. If the board of directors wishes, the Planning Committee will work with the board to design the surveys and to assist and analyze their results. To ensure long-term strength and viability, the Planning Committee suggests exploring the use of national resources such as insurance, leadership, and dedicated funding to support and strengthen the Cyber Squadron. We request that the bridge and committee chairs consider adopting and publicizing continuing initiatives and programs designed to create readily perceived value in the Cyber Squadron and its members. These programs should include activities such as educational offerings permitted both remotely and in person, as well as initiatives introducing the Cyber Squadron members to local squadrons and their places of residence. The Planning Committee advises against the transformation of the Cyber Squadron into national autonomous squadrons following the traditional model, requiring the Cyber Squadron members to adopt a traditional framework or disregard the need for flexibility could lead to alienation of the members and ultimately a decline in the Cyber Squadron membership. Maintaining a current structure is important to preserve the Cyber Squadron's ability to adapt to evolving social trends and member preferences. The growing demand for remote participation and shifting members' preferences, and if we promote the hybrid events as well, it will provide opportunities for members to participate both locally and virtually. We can better integrate and involve Cyber Squadron members into our activities following these ideas. Actively promoting Cyber Squadron's presence is a promising opportunity to engage new members who prefer the alternatives to the traditional geographically based squadrons. Ensuring the cyber squadron's success will depend upon establishing a structure that facilitates virtual participation, accommodates various levels of involvement, and responding to the diverse needs of the members. The Cyber Squadron exemplifies how the United States Power Squadrons and America's Boating Club can embrace innovation while respecting tradition. By thoroughly integrating the digital presence, we not only safeguard the knowledge and contributions of experienced members, but also open new doors to broader, more diverse memberships aligned with the evolving realities of modern life. At this time, I'd like to thank the members of the Planning Committee for their very hard work and dedication. So when you call your name, would you please rise? Staff Commander Michael Friedman, past Chief Commander of the Canadian Sail and Power Squadrons, Doreen Hickman, the Rear Commander Ann Peltier, past District Commander Greg Shea, District Commander Joe Velez, and past Rear Commander Mike Scully, who's not here today and is leaving our committee. And that concludes the report of the Planning Committee. So I thank you for your attention, your service, and contributions. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. And to go off of that, we are now in the process of getting some type of a structure within the cyber squadron in line with a lot of the recommendations made by the Planning Committee. Also, sometimes there was a complaint from the Planning Committee that we weren't giving them enough work. Well, I've given them a couple more, and Bill said, pleaded with me to say, can you give us a couple of days off? I said no. I'll now ask our National Treasurer, Shirley Held, to give us her report.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure why I always get assigned this presentation right before your lunch, but anyway, we'll muddle through this. Yeah. So here's my slide. That's up, and Glenn, you just have to kind of keep clicking. Thank you. So I am Rear Commander Shirley Heald. Sorry, Vice Commander Shirley Heald. This slide needs to be definitely updated. And in your seat packets, I want to point out that you will find copies of the unaudited income statement and balance sheet for the 2025 year to date through July 31st of 2025. So this is 8 months of data, and it's for your review. I would hope that everyone would look at it. And this is by longstanding custom that at this meeting and at the annual meeting, you get copies of these financial records, the income statement and the balance sheet. In fact, these were posted in the seat packet information 2 weeks prior to the letter from the SOS committee that you received. I would like to point out that our annual audited income statement and balance sheet for the fiscal year 2024 is posted on the Treasurer's webpage, and copies of the full audit with the accompanying letter can be obtained by submitting a request in writing to headquarters. Technical difficulties here. Okay, the Treasurer's Department consists certainly of myself, the Budget Committee with the Assistant Treasurer and Rear Commander Larry Cole, SNIN, DC Steve Baker, JN, who's the Assistant Budget Officer, PC William Galley, AP, Assistant Budget Officer, and Staff Commander Jason Snook, SNIN, who is also an Assistant Budget Officer. And of course, our webmaster extraordinaire, Carl Filios, who helps us post all of this information. And I hope all of you will visit the web page because there is plenty of information there as we'll discuss as we go through this particular proposal. Other valuable resources, of course, are our headquarters staff. I could not, daily talk with either Lena or Karen, and many times Yvonne as well, and all of the help that I get from them. And of course, my invaluable aides, Claire and Scott McDonald, and we wish them well. I think most of you know Scott has had some heart issues, etc., and so we wish them all well. They could not be here for that reason. Okay, what is the state of our treasurer? Well, you can see what cash we have on hand, what our net operating income is through 8 months, through July 31st, all this through July 31st. Our USPS investment fund, which is $643,000 right now. The USPS endowment fund now, as Robert told you this morning, it's more like 2.3 now with the latest statement, but when I prepared this slide, that was the number. And as I mentioned, the fiscal year 2024 audit has been completed, and our 990 tax filing will be filed by our new auditors on or before October 15th, which was the extended extension deadline that they gave us, that they filed for us. So I mentioned that you have your income statements in the seat packet. These are financial statements that are provided as a standard customary practice and has been for many, many years. Contrary to what you might have heard that the SOS committee was the reason you got the statements recently through July 31st. They were posted actually 2 weeks prior to that letter and as standard practice, and will be sent again at the end for the Myrtle Beach annual meeting. And then once the audited statements are received, they're also posted on the treasurer's website. And if you have any questions, please feel free to call me about this. However, in the instance of transparency, due to a lot of controversy recently over this subject, the board has decided that we will post these statements quarterly, and they will be posted on the treasurer's website. So instead of getting them at each of the governing boards, you will now be able to see them quarterly. As I mentioned, our auditing firm has released the current year audited statements. The audited income statement and balance sheet are posted on my treasurer's website, and the full audit management letter, as I mentioned, is available if you send a note to headquarters. The auditors found this year no material weaknesses in our reporting for the year 2024. And as I mentioned, the IRS tax filings will be on or before October 15th will be filed. We should all, however, recognize that the financial statements are a picture of a period in time and represent how we're doing, how we are conducting our business, how well our squadrons are providing the engines that they always have of providing new members, which equals revenue, and conducting courses, which are the educational sales. So those are the two primary sources of income. And if our squadrons are unable to perform this, then certainly it's going to be reflected in the amount of monies that we are receiving here at National to operate a budget and things like your insurance that we agreed to pay for this year because we felt it was very important for our squadrons. Headquarters salaries for all the stuff they do. And so it takes some dollars to run this organization. Now, the board looks at these each meeting, and we decide against budget if any adjustments need to be made, or if we intend to spend some of our equity in investing in the organization, as we did particularly last year with things like the Marine SEO, the new IMUS installations and that sort of thing, and our operating in our infrastructure and trying to put that to right, and helping you as squadrons with some tools. Okay, so what do our statements show through the 8 months? You can see there what was lagging behind. Our educational sales are still lagging. I think we are still suffering a bit from the $144,000 worth of ABC books that the Ed Fund very generously donated, but now we still have a lot of inventory, and so that's some of the lag there. Our new member anticipated revenues are 49% of what was budgeted. When we budget these numbers, the budget committee, the finance committee, basically takes some look at some historical information, and it's virtually a shot in the dark, what we think that we're going to be able to bring in terms of new members. The renewal dues are approximately 67% of budget to date. Now, this is, the year-end budget, we say it should be this amount, and so through 8 months, so we still have 4 months to collect additional revenues, but renewals are running about 67% of budget. And that, again, is figured by the finance department, where they're looking to their crystal ball tools that they use for forecasting, and they give us what they think that number should be for the year for the budget. We, of course, have had no new Coast Guard grant revenues in the past year that was subsidizing some of our headquarters activity. But we have had a significant amount of support from the USPS Educational Fund, and they have supported a lot of the programs that the Ed Department is currently trying to do to increase their infrastructure, to increase the exam gen and things like that you guys, the new programs that are out there. They agreed to help us and assist us with the Marine SEO expense this year. And America's Boating Channel, of course, received some help from them. But in broad terms, our financial statements show a decline of activity across the country. We're doing less Power Squadron America's Boating Club activities, and our financial statements also show through our expenditures what we are doing to improve our ability to carry out our principal goals of promoting boating enjoyment and safety through education and building communities of boaters. These include continuing to rebuild our aging computer and reporting infrastructure, providing social media presence and marketing, and now being funded by the USPS Education Fund, and improving tools for the grading exams, as I just previously mentioned. The decline in revenues year to date result from two principal interrelated things: a significant decline in educational department revenue, and a decline in the number of courses and books purchased, and a decline in new members attracted and retained. Revenues have been enhanced, as I mentioned, through assistance of grants from the USPS Educational Fund. And these investments are intended to give all of us the tools to work better in the future and to attract new members. Retention of members, however, still requires engagement at the squadron level. You have to provide value to these members or they're not going to stick around. And we all know that due to some changes in the Coast Guard grant policy, we were not fortunate enough to receive new revenues. Byrne told us, however, he thinks the administration has turned back more favorable, and so potentially there's better chances for us in the future to get additional grants. Okay, so next slide. Yeah. As I mentioned to you, the board looks every meeting and every year, and particularly this meeting, we had to adopt a new budget for 2026. And we look at ways that we can save money, ways that maybe are new income sources for us, or increasing revenues, like for charging for MMSI for non-members, things like that. We look at all those things, expenses and cash receipts for income, as to how we can make the budget work. And so the budget is for a year, yes, but it's only a period of time, and it has to be amended. It has to be looked at throughout the whole year, fiscal year, and that's what your board of directors has been doing. And so we anticipate in 2026 that approximately 165,000 of savings can be expected from the fact that we did not replace the HQ executive director position, conversion of some full-time employees to part-time that is happening due to their natural aging process, and they want to retire and only work part-time. So we'll see some benefits from that. Lena was very good at being able to eliminate the old lockbox we were using when we were getting a lot of checks in and for dues. Now we don't get as many checks. That saved us $9,000 a year. And she had a fabulous new copier release, and it's going to save us at least $500 a month, maybe a little more. So these are the steps that we take and look at in trying to decide how we can still do business, do it more efficiently and with less funds, because as membership declines, certainly so, as I mentioned, our revenues. And so we have to find a way to operate with what we have. Some expenditures we can control, but not all. We cannot control all of them. As we know, there will be some increases in expenditures for things like insurance, utilities, maintenance, etc. Of course, these have implication for funding our operations. So it's up to you. National has spent a great deal of money of equity that we had in terms of things that would invest in helping you, things like marketing, things like a better communication system with our IMAS and databases, and being able to pull proper reports, replacing aging equipment and systems that were no longer supported with maintenance agreements. So all of those things we have done to try to help you, but in the end, it's up to you as Squadrons. If we can help you in any way, there's tons of rear commanders out here that I know have ideas for you. Be sure you contact one of them. They have great ideas, but it's going to be, you have to reach out to your communities and provide the new members that will bring this organization back into some financial stability, as well as making sure you're still offering value to your existing members and that you retain your members. So your squadron is our success, and please use the tools that I've mentioned to help you grow. If you have any idea or need any ideas of what those are, marketing will be glad to help you. Yvonne will be glad to help you with any of the IMAS projects, any of the board members, certainly myself, so we can take a look at that. Because we can take steps to cut our budget, but you can't budget cut your way to success. There has to be continued revenues coming into the organization to be a healthy and viable ongoing entity. So, other Treasurer's Department activities. As I previously stated, on the financial front and in the interest of complete financial transparency, we have just instituted a new financial dissemination policy wherein our audited income statement and balance sheet information will be posted quarterly, as I just said, and on our treasurer's website, along with year-end audited statements, so the year-end will be there. On the insurance front, our new insurance broker, Core Insured, continues not only to help us quantify and qualify where real rather than perceived liability exists, such that we are able to obtain the coverage we need at an affordable cost, but also continues to look for additional underwriters who are interested in offering us better, more inclusive coverage with more attractive premiums. Stay tuned, because we may have some information coming to us over the next 30 to 45 days, probably with potential new coverage from now. Does that mean that we'll probably have some new rules? Maybe so. And all of us have painfully gone through the new rules we have to comply with, as Ruth alluded to this last year, and thank you for sticking with us. But we have to continue to make it affordable. So that's what our broker is continuing to do, and to extend additional coverages that maybe we currently don't have. As Ruth mentioned to you also, at once, I think there were 31, now there's 45 squadrons, Jeff told me when he was here on Friday, that have purchased the D&O insurance. Ruth told you why it's so important. It's very inexpensive. And, you know, if you break that $400 down that she's talking about, you're probably talking about $50 a year individually for your officers. And, you know, that way your personal assets are protected. I think that's a great deal. If, you know, wouldn't you, if you could for $50 a year protect yourself? And in particularly, even though we have the Volunteer Protection Act of 1997, anybody can sue you, and you still have litigation and defense costs. So please, this is well worth the money, and take a look at it. And simply contact Jeff. He will need to know your a copy of your 990, what your squadron assets are, and he'll need to know your address and what limits that you want to purchase. And then he can give you a quote within a couple of days, and you will be, and bind you probably within the same day. So please, I encourage everyone to look at that. And again, I would like to recognize all of this has taken a team of individuals with the insurance programs and the budgets and all of that sort of thing. And so I'd like to recognize again, which I did last time, but I still would like to say again, thank you so much to Ruth and Mike Freeman and the Law Committee for everything that they have done and the number of hours they have put in. ANEO Jan Wright, who has provided so much of the information and design programs that for retaining the information we need in case of the insurance audits and such. Sean Goit also for collecting all of the information for the BOC instructors who wish to be on the program. Our headquarters staff who supplied a lot of this information. The board of directors who helped and supported and answered questions and did whatever else they could. And of course, to our new broker, Jeff Babby, who has gone above and beyond really to help us. And in such a short period that we had to recoup from the fact when Chubb just basically dumped us. So what we had, and we were in the excess markets because of a substantial claim we had. But now he's able to go back and have some time, and with a clean record that we have now with no new claims, he's hoping that he can get us much better deals. But as you see, this is a team. It takes a lot of people doing this. And so I would like to quote from Queen Elizabeth, one of her wonderful quotes, I think, that is so apropos. And it said, she said, going forward, whatever life throws at us, our individual responses will be all the stronger for working together and sharing the load. So thank you for helping us share the load and continuing to do that. Next slide. So I want to thank all of you in this room and everyone else that is with us online for your time today. If you have any questions, I'll be available after this presentation. We don't want to take a lot of time right now. I also do want to thank the Susie Beckvar in District 21 and Lake Charles Squadron for a wonderful time I had there as their chief commander's rep for the spring conference and change of watch, and also D29. I got to know a lot of new friends there. D21 is my squadron, but D29, of course, I got to meet a lot of you that I don't really know. And thank you to Kathleen and Jack Runner, and to Sue and Mike DeBray, past commanders there, and for the rest of the squadron. And I will never forget the merry-go-round round. That was wonderful at the Merry-Go-Round Museum. So thank you all, and I hope to see you in Myrtle Beach. And with that being said, however, we need to run quickly into the budget slide. And I would like at this time for Assistant Treasurer Larry Cole and Jason Snook, Budget Officer, for, would they stand, please, and be recognized for all their work on the 2026 budget. Thank you. So with some help from them and some changes that we made last minute at at our board of directors meeting. Do you have the following slide? Oh, I sent you last night. I'm sorry, the updated one. So okay, I'll just read it. Or Alan sent it to you, Glenn. You probably didn't get it because we couldn't really publish it until we made some decisions at our Wednesday board meeting, and so that's why I was a little behind in getting the slide out. But essentially, we're looking at revenues in the 1.4 as well as expenses, 1.4 million in those ranges. And it is a negative $4,015 negative budget. But we know that there are other things coming down the pike where we can save and where we expect to make that up. And of course, many of you donate your travel expenses and so on that are budgeted. And so we don't spend as much money as we have to budget for. So that's, and of course, the new budget was adopted by the board at our meeting, and we will be posting that new budget onto my treasurer's website shortly. With that, thank you. And let's have some lunch right now.
No.
No? Oh, okay.
You have the audience.
Oh, okay. Now I have to put on my other hat, which is representing the finance committee. I thought, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, my computer's being, it's too cold is what it is. My fingers are cold, I think. So, Richard Wright was unable to be here, as Ralph mentioned. He is in the middle of the Atlantic somewhere. He and his wife are great travelers. But he wanted me to, first of all, read to you a response that he sent. My computer must have closed it out. Oh, sorry. I'll find it real quick here. Okay. Yeah. So Richard was also not too happy with how his words were interpreted by the SOS committee, and he asked me to, Ralph, to have his response read. And it says, in this email below, Gary Maker, i.e. the SOS committee, made certain incorrect claims. The specific claim I can address is that the USPS ABC Chief Commander asked the Finance Committee not to make an onstage report during the last annual meeting. This is untrue. In the 2 days immediately preceding the annual meeting, I was hospitalized in South Carolina and was physically unable to attend the meeting in Florida. Months earlier, my assistant chairman had announced his withdrawal from the committee as of the date of the annual meeting. As a result, my assistant chairman had not participated at all of the preparation of the report and had no understanding of the technical material in the report and was therefore not prepared to deliver the report to a group, much less answer the inevitable questions that would come. It was for this reason that I recommended to the Chief Commander that the Finance Committee report not be delivered to the audience, but instead be made available in hard copy form. At no point was I asked not to make an on-stage presentation. Please contact me with any questions related to the correction of the SOS committee report. And then I have an abbreviated version of his current report. So the Finance Committee, this is their report to the Governing Board. Economic overview. The national economy continues to demonstrate considerable strength, with the stock market achieving record performance, notwithstanding the imposition of tariffs on other nations. While the initial effect of these tariffs on American consumers was minimal, manufacturers are now transferring the increased cost to consumers. This development raises concerns regarding the potential for inflation, which may adversely impact USPS membership, given that dues constitute a discretionary expenditure. Membership dues and trends. The USPS experienced a membership decline of 11.5% in 2024, with a further projected decrease of 12.2% in 2025. Now, I want everyone to understand that our percentages get bigger as our total number of members declines. Does that make sense on the math? You know, so that's why, I mean, yes, it is a big decline percentage-wise, but part of that is because of the fact that we have the amount of total numbers keeps coming down. So we keep that in mind when you're thinking about these numbers. Dues collected decreased by 8.3% in 2024, with an additional reduction of 14.7% anticipated in 2025. Over the past decade, the average annual rate of membership decline has been 6.9%. Should the current attrition rate persist, total membership is expected to decline from 15,000 to below 10,000 by 2028, a significant reduction from the membership level of 45,000 2 decades ago. It should be noted that dues revenue typically experiences a marked decrease in July, attributed to the concentration of membership renewals and the corresponding increase in non-renewals during that period. We expect the same decrease this year. Investments. Historically, the returns on USPS investment and endowment funds have lagged behind approved benchmark indices. The implementation of an asset reallocation and investment management improvement program in the previous year has yielded significant improvements in fund performance, even though only half of the current year was subject to the new approach. For the first 6 months of 2015, the return of the investment fund was 5.9%, and for the endowment fund return was 5%. For that same period, the approved benchmark was 6.4%. So, then the auditor recommendation. The Finance Committee recommends the continued retention of Dean Dorton of Raleigh, North Carolina, as auditor for the 2025 fiscal year, based on the favorable results and cost efficiencies observed in the previous audit cycle. This recommendation has been presented to and is endorsed by the Chief Commander. So with that being said, on behalf of the recommendation of the Finance Committee, I therefore move that the firm of Dean Dorton of Raleigh, North Carolina, be engaged to provide auditing services for the 2025 fiscal year.
Since this was made by a general committee, there does not need to be a second. Unless there are no objections, the motion will be passed. Are there any objections? Thank you, Vaughn. Well, we got to wait. Vaughn? Nothing. That, Dean Dortmund will continue to be our auditor. Since the time is 11:46, and I don't think we need to get into the middle of another report, I want to remind you that the members' luncheon is in the Emerald Room, and the social lunch is in the Pearl Room. Also, in light of some time savings, I'm going to ask Chaplain Wood to give us the blessing for the meal now, rather than wait until because when we get there, I think that we want to eat a little bit faster. Chaplain Wood.
At the risk of being beyond my pay grade, I will give you a blanket grace. This is close to, this is actually close to being heresy, but that's all right. For these and all the miracles, may God's holy name be praised. Bon appetit.
Amen. I just want to remind everybody we will reconvene at 13:30 hours. Thank you.
Let's all go to the lobby.
Christy?
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I got to go and run mine off. I may just. Who's plugged into here?
All of us down at this end.
Okay. I'm just. Or do you have an extension cord? Wait a minute. You know what?
No, but you can unplug me. Well, I mean, I don't have to talk anymore, so I don't need to be plugged in.
What's your question?
Oh, sorry.
Which one's you, Shirley?
She is this one.
Okay.
No, it's okay. Give us
Oh, I guess I had 50% chance, so I guess
Thank you.
Well, whatever it is, we'll deal with it.
was good, but I just wanted to know who signed. You gotta vote with it. I'll liven them up. I'm already. As we speak. That's right. Few more things to say. We just got to do this.
Oh my God, that could be a while. That could be a while.
I'll just walk through it.
Wonderful band, pretty wanders sometimes. My mom used to do that, like, fuck you, like. Can't say that.
As an opinion, you know, express it. Sat down, just halfway through his comments, and he says, "What do you think?" Well, I like these. That's why I went to the book there and said that. It's very easy to use, very easy to learn. Yeah, I mean, my ring falls off. Oh, really? This looks like a meeting. Is that a floor? I just was like the last of the thing that we were told.
I'm going to say this, I'm not sure that I'm up to date with it.
Yeah.
But it's always been that,
Nobody that told me. Oh.
I mean, you know, out of
Yeah, yeah. But. Oh, but, oh, so that technically, the flag people could have still done a salute? Yeah, okay, because we were told we had to change it and just do a breast salute and then a hand salute. And that made it. Yeah. Yeah, no. I was just trying to digest it.
Whose speech do you want to have with nobody here? That's, which report?
Mine.
Who had him? Shirley had him at the, on the Wednesday night.
Oh,
That's one way of putting it.
I did use my influence. Not to have.
yeah.
No wonder, when I was there.
Yeah.
And they said, watch out for it. When were you there? Oh, I know, but it's never.
He's not a dumb guy.
No, and he's probably a nice guy. But he just cherry picks stuff.
You're one of those.
And I don't know what his end game is.
Exactly.
You know, I know what Ben's in,
Yes, right. We know that.
but I don't know what his end game is. You know, is he just trying to make himself look good? Is he trying to just make us look bad? But it's not just us. It's,
Right. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Figure him out.
You know what, Karen?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good.
Yeah, I was, and she told me she toned it down.
Who?
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
Oh,
He has no knees left.
5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes.
He says so.
I will now call upon, it is 1:30. I'll now call upon National Secretary Alan Lakin.
Thank you, Chief. Let's see, past chiefs, fellow bridge members, members and guests. And let me get this to a magnification that I can now see at my age. There we go. Good morning. Oh, it's not good morning. Okay, I need to pay more attention to this. Good afternoon. I'd like to open by thanking Commander Baker of District 16 for the hospitality shown at this past spring's district conference. I also represented the chief by Zoom in District 25 with Bob DeMichele and in my home district, District 13, with Ken Voigt. Thank you all. Going through the sections of the Secretary's Department, Ship Store, thank you all for walking away with a little less in your wallets than you walked in. I realized this year we have talked a lot about pop-up stores. We haven't really described what that is. I'm not sure everyone knows. There are certain specialty items with a limited market. The classics are the vessel examiner and the certified instructor. Now, we used to buy vast quantities and hope that people of that size would show up and take them, which has led to interesting things like 24 men's small vessel examiner shirts that I don't think we'll ever find someone to wear them. But we have shifted the system and we said, well, you know, we have all that stuff custom made, so how about if we put up a website where you can come in and say, I want this many of these sizes. You put in your credit card number, and basically we run a little operation rather like any other online retailer. We make only what we need and we ship it direct to the person who wants it. Much better for our inventory, much better for our, they don't get beaten up on a trip here from headquarters and then back. They don't get ratty. There are all kinds of real good reasons to do it that way. So we will see more of the pop-up store concept. You may have noticed the catalog there at the side in the Ship Store. That's going to facilitate some of the less popular items where you can see it, you can decide that you want it, we can enter your order, get it out to you promptly. Communications, Commander Kathy Anderson. They have two subgroups. They do squadron newsletters and they do squadron websites. On the newsletter side, if your publication is evaluated on a January 1st to December 31st cycle, so you still have a little time to get the requisite number in. Websites are January 1st to November 30, so you're running into a little bit shorter opportunity there. Up-to-date event calendars and fresh content are important. So important that the bridge this past week, in conjunction with communications and with IT committee, because there are sadly about half of our squadron websites that have not been updated in over a year. And the casual visitor who comes to that says, meh, and clicks on. And that's not good for the squadron, but it's also not good for the rest of us. Particularly as we go more and more with the stuff that we've heard from Marine SEO about unifying this picture so that as a group, all of our squadron websites rise higher on the Google search lists. So we'll come out through communications, through the website advisors to say, update friends. And then in IT, we've been very fond of the carrot. We've been less fond of the whip, but the carrot has always been the distinctive communicator award, and the whip is we're going to take it and we're going to reduce it to the squadron standard website, which is a minimum content, but at least it doesn't go out of date, because if you keep up your HQ 800s, your OD2, we have current information stripped off other parts of our data system and plugged in for you. But do pass the word back to your squadrons. If you are having trouble with it, reach out to your advisor, reach out to ITCOM. We want you to be successful, but we don't want you to drag anybody else down. Continuing on, heritage and documents. Ralph, you've done a terrific job taking over there, Ralph Ziegler. Flag and etiquette. Let's start with flag and etiquette. Do we have the new Burgies? We do indeed. Yay. We have new 50-year Burgies for Fayetteville. And, okay, when did that one happen? Oh, Jackson, okay, we're getting the 75s first. That's a twist. Yeah, Jacksonville and Clearwater were 75. Of course, the older ones first. Age before beauty. Yes. Okay, so we had Clearwater and Jacksonville with 75, and then moving on to Fayetteville and Oyster Bay, which get the new gold stripes. Cape Fear, when did that's okay. That was the one that slipped in late. They have pretty broad authority there. For those that want to update the Burgies, we used to have a whole circuit you had to run. We have simplified it, and it's thanks to Kent Simpson last year. We had a 2-year effort to update all of the Squadron Burgie art, to get it into a modern format, standard colors that the Burgie manufacturers could actually make, in dimensions that they could make, that actually corresponded to what you wanted to fly and had the correct heraldry. Because of the capabilities we have there, the committee has agreed, and I'm fine with this, if you want to add a stripe to your Burgie and you have no other changes, just drop a note to the committee. They will do your artwork for you. So they aren't going back and forth of, nope, sorry, you used the wrong shade of gold. You'll just get it right the first time. And they will send back to you. They still will want you to approve that, yes, it does represent what you want to fly. But we're trying to shorten that approval cycle. Historians now has just under 2,000 documents in the document library. That is a very nice place for looking things up. We had a question come up earlier this week about what did we do back in 2000. And we know where to go look in the document library, so that's a good thing. Operations manual. Well, this morning you just took all of that and you gave them a good 6 months worth of work and the opportunity to earn some merit marks, because those rewrites are going to be pretty extensive. The official things they've been working on is that with the merger of marketing and public affairs, they're rewriting that descriptive stuff in the operations manual. And of course, everything is on a revision cycle. And that takes us to the last but not least of the committees in my department, and that's information technology. So as you have noticed, we're beginning to make the transition over to IMUS. And the problem is that we are changing horses in the middle of the stream, and we just as soon not get our boots wet. So it's tricky. You'll notice this meeting, for example, we made the decision to do all of the registration online in IMUS. And the result was that it became an event in IMUS, and that meant that things like the seat packets were now published in IMUS. This is the same evolution we went through 15 years ago when we stopped having a crew of worker bees come out here and put a seat packet on every seat. For those who remember that exercise. This is the next evolution in that. We moved it to the Info Center when the Info Center came up, and it has now moved to IMUS. And we're not looking back. Some people have said, well, why don't we have it in the Info Center? I said, for the same reason I don't have a crew come out Saturday morning and put packets on seats. We have to move forward. The AS400 is beyond useful life. We have to get out of there. And moving the records to IMUS was the first step. A little bit of helpful advice that I've had to learn that I'm going to share is everything if you go into the Info Center and you look at something on your record, if you're looking at your personal record and you don't like what is there, we have warning notes all over the Info Center, but put it in plain view and no one will read. If you do not like your personal data as stated in the Info Center, fix it in IMUS because that's where it was copied from. If it isn't right in IMUS, it will eventually be copied from IMUS and it will be wrong again in the Info Center. So please fix it in the ultimate storage place. Squadron data is different. Squadron data is maintained in a table on the Info Center side. If you don't like your squadron data as it is presented, get a squadron officer to go into your My Squadron information section and fix it there. It is not, the information about a squadron is not copied from IMUS. Headquarters can't help you. Help desk will. Help desk is your ultimate quick answer to all such issues. Thank you to the people on help desk. Wave your hands. I know you're here. Hey! Because their whole function is to get you a solution that sticks for everyone. And going off and you call me up and ask me and I'll give you a lame answer. They will actually know how to fix it, and they will get it fixed in a way that will ripple on to all other members. So please, please use your friends at the Info Center, the help desk. Finally, ebooks. Wish we'd had more people at the ebooks presentation this week. That's a spiffy system. It has been thoroughly debugged. It's ready to be out there by Myrtle Beach for sure. ExamGen is further down the stream. We actually have a squadron out there. Have they finished testing? Anyone? I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's actually in the hands of a squadron to go see how ExamGen works and getting exams printed and getting scores online and all the rest of it. But we're real close now. Seneca Squadron, thank you for your cooperation. MMSI, we are still working. Basically, we figured out that the Coast Guard failed to specify a standard content format for all suppliers, which means that what we got from CETO does not match the format that we were using. I don't know how this Coast Guard merged it all together, but we're trying to fix all of that. We have identified the differences and are working through the data to make that go. One of the things we did find in the course of that is that we had been providing that service for free to non-members, and that is going to change. That has a cost associated with it, and we will be trying to pass that along. Members will still get MMSI for free. A little side project that has been going on. How many of you have filled out a SIRS form for our friends at ComNob? Oh, I know a few of you have. You're just keeping your hands down so they don't grab you in time for Myrtle Beach. They need a replacement database because the one they had is just simply, it wasn't meeting their needs anymore. And prototype version was to be demonstrated this week, presumably with ComNom. And then the final one, and it's gone on behind the scenes, but the board last summer authorized a cross-functional team to look at how we manage data. Because we found that we had little islands of information and they didn't match. I'll give you an example. Depending on who you talk to at this meeting, we had anywhere from 230 to 280 squadrons. And that's a little bit big variation. And so getting everybody to agree what is the one universal standard. We've already done one piece of that, which is IMUS is the repository for personal information about members. Everything in any other system should be reconciled to match what's in IMUS. So when we fix it there, it will fix everywhere. And we're beginning to go through some of the other shared data elements to try to get all of that fixed because people have been going crazy. It's like, I remember the watershed moment we were sitting on a phone call. Yvonne and Carl Wagner, and I was in it, and I forgot who else. And we were talking about the members' dues date and when did the expiration apply. And from Yvonne's point of view, it is when do I lock this person out of all of the features of IMUS and make them go renew? Okay. But from the IT point of view, it is when does this person lose the ability to order exams? When does this person lose the ability to correct an OD2? And they're different functions and they had different meanings and we didn't know we thought different things about them. Now we're beginning to get all of that unified. It's going to take a little time, but half of it is simply, looking up and saying, excuse me, you used that a way that I don't recognize. What did you mean with an expiration date or anything else? And so we're doing better. We're doing better. It's still not where we want it to be, but we're making progress. Anyway, thank you, Commander. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Alan. We'll now hear a report from National Administrative Officer David Allen.
Good afternoon, y'all. I'm David Allen. I'm your National Administrative Officer. Before we get started, I'd like to thank the folks of District 33, our Caribbean district, and those a bit closer to home in North Florida in District 23 for the hospitality they showed to Deborah and I while we were there serving as the Chief's rep. Our members are quite literally the most welcoming, fun group you could ever hope to hang out with, and it's a pleasure to travel and represent the Chief and see how things get done in other parts of the country. Now, as y'all know, the administrative department focuses on the internal or in-house aspects of squadrons and districts and are comprised of two committees with distinct focal points. First of all, we have the membership committee that's led by Rear Commander James Milton, which is actively pursuing a variety of initiatives designed to enhance member engagement, training, recognition, and organizational efficiency. These tasks are essential to support both the current membership and long-term growth of the organization. And to that point, I'd like to start by recognizing the squadrons that have done well in involving and retaining members through our MIRA Awards, Membership Involvement and Retention Awards. I'd like to call James Milton and Past Rear Commander Priscilla Clark up to assist in making these awards And the chief, if you don't mind, go down and do the presenting, sir.
Chief, Bridge, esteemed past chief commanders, members, and guests. It is my pleasure to announce the winners of the past chief commander William Selden IV Member Involvement and Retention Award, and to thank past Rear Commander Bill Selden V for donating the awards that we're going to present today. Today we recognize the outstanding and successful involvement and retention activities that our squadrons are involved with. Our third place award is going to Madison Sail and Power Squadron in District 10. This entry was submitted by Lieutenant Commander Julie Palwasha, pilot, and accepting the award is the commander of Madison Sail and Power Squadron, Commander Jim Palwasha, Senior Navigator. Madison Sail and Power Squadron utilized the new IMUS reporting system to regularly monitor membership status, increase communication to members through ongoing quarterly newsletters, monthly membership reports, and squadron social events. Their action plan increased involvement of the longstanding members that currently do not have a leadership role by involving members at new class instructors, involvement with public boat shows, community outreach, and with vessel safety exams. Squadron volunteers attended the ABC-3 class prior to National Safe Boating Week to familiarize everyone with the importance of wearing life jackets and the statistical results of not doing so. Membership renewal exceeds 90% in the squadron. Congratulations to Madison. Congratulations. The second place award goes to Fort Macon Sail and Power Squadron in District 27. This entry was submitted by their member involvement chair, Past Rear Commander Robert Howard, Senior Navigator, CN. Accepting the award is Commander Chris Meyer. Fort Macon Sail and Power Squadron Action Plan centers on gaining better membership involvement and retention. Their action plan includes brunch for boaters, the newsletter, numerous boating and non-boating events, a daily renewal check, the commander notes, seminars, aids to navigation crews, and activity recognition program. At the first part of each month, each person up for renewal is emailed to remind them to renew their membership. Those that do not renew are sent a second reminder email. Towards the end of the month, those with no response or renewal are emailed again. Each month, the commander sends an informal email to each member highlighting what they are doing at the squadron level. They started a mentoring program and started using localized Facebook advertising. It seems to have the greatest interest. That's where many of the non-members have come from for this squadron, along with their aids to navigation crews. Congratulations, Fort Macon. Our first place award goes to Minnetonka Power Squadron. This entry was submitted by Past Commander Kevin Cooper, APIN, and accepting the award is Past Commander Kevin Cooper. Congratulations, Minnetonka. Minnetonka website has a searchable public page for each member that highlights both information from the national database as well as additional personal information from the original application. There is a search capability so that a member can search for someone that they have met, but forgot their name or their boat name or other information. And they can look this up in their member database, or they can even say, I know somebody who has a drone. I wonder who that person is. Oh, it's Kevin. And they can contact Kevin for additional information. The search capability also allows the squadron to find volunteers for squadron events, civic and fraternal programs. It also helps increase networking amongst the squadron members. Retention is up significantly this year, currently at 87.5%. This year, Minnetonka Squadron has already seen that the new members are getting engaged earlier, attending general membership meetings, and volunteering. Congratulations, Minnetonka. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, y'all, and congratulations. Looking ahead, Staff Commander Wayne Lambert's going to be leading efforts to update this program and make it even better than it is now for 2026. And it's going to include some new evaluation criteria. The Power of One campaign that we brought back because it was a great idea then and it's a great idea now has shown some pretty promising results. We began at the 1st of June. In the first month, 35 squadrons added new members. And in July, that number grew to 55 squadrons. The month of June saw an overall increase of 24% over the preceding year. So that's pretty promising. Numbers continue to roll in and they continue to look pretty good. We know that this is the best member recruiting tool, one-on-one. We take advantage of our greatest resources, us, to go out and ask folks to become part of our community. So let's keep it up because it's how we're going to build for the future. The committee has also developed an exciting new campaign that's going to tie into work with the Cyber Squadron, and is known as the Direct to Squadron Membership. And I'd like James Milton to come forward and do his presentation to explain it to you. It's not ready to roll out just yet, but we are getting it underway. James?
Thank you very much. Chief, past chiefs, members of the bridge, fellow members. It's a great privilege to be here today and announce our Direct to Squadron membership initiative that is launching in February. Our goal is to increase our overall membership and increase the local membership in our local squadrons. We have some roadblocks though right now. One of them is that our national website, for better or worse, is not up to 2025 standards when we bring in new members. To join as a cyber member, you have to go to our website, click join, scroll down on the page, then you keep scrolling down until you find this how to join, where the first option is to email help@usps.org and they will help you get in. That's not what people want to do. The second option is to become an online-only member, where you join our Cyber Squadron. So you would click Join Our Cyber Squadron. You'd have to scroll again down the page to find where it says Join, where you would click individual membership or family membership. At that point, you can actually start the application process and paying to enroll and becoming a member of the organization. It's far too many clicks, it's far too cumbersome, and we are losing members or potential members with each additional step we put in the way. So let's look at another example. Let's become scouts. You go to their website, you click Be a Scout, you enter your zip code, and you start the application process. It's a lot simpler, it's a lot cleaner, and it's putting you in a local unit. So how do we fix this? Well, we've developed a plan. And the plan is that prospective members will be able to join local squadrons directly from the national website, bypassing Cyber Squadron in areas where we have a local squadron and that local squadron is able and willing to accept new members in this fashion. Now, because of the way our bylaws are written, most squadrons, and when I say most, I mean 220 of the 247 or 280, whatever it is, will have to update their bylaws in order to participate in this program. And then you will have to opt into the program in order to start getting members essentially fed to you from the national organization. Through this process, when somebody joins, if you are fully enrolled, once they join online, they are members of your squadron. The dues that they pay when they enroll will go to your squadron, the squadron portion of it, and to your district. It'll be as if they joined the same local squadron as any member that you are currently seeing. Part of the reason that we're doing this is because we know that 80% of new Cyber Squadron members, so members that found us on the web, went through all the clicks to join, are within 20 miles of a physical squadron. We did a data analysis of our new members, and we determined that earlier this year. As part of the reasoning for this is that historically, USPS members have come from our education department. As we've heard and will continue to hear and all see, the number of students continues to decline. The number of classes that we're offering continues to decline, and the way that we have brought in members is not sustainable into the future. We have to start pursuing other avenues of this. The for-profit companies and YouTube and other things that are competing with us have really directly impacted our membership growth. Many squadrons do not have an in-house IT person or the skills to set up their own application process on their website. Some of them have uploaded the PDF of our membership form along with directions to send it with a completed check to the membership chair or something like that. But we know that that's not happening often. The only situations where those happen is somebody has been directed there to do that. The people in the public are not seeking us out and doing it. So we need to give them a better way to do this. We have heard for years that national can't drive members. We can't do a national marketing campaign directed at bringing in members directly because they have to go to the local squadrons. And any big efforts that we made nationally would essentially be fruitless because we would get these people into Cyber Squadron where the turnover rate is higher than local squadrons, and it just doesn't seem like a good spend of funds, so we have avoided doing that. If we can get new members from the public, from the national brand into local squadrons, it will increase the local squadron's power and make the marketing efforts of the national organization even stronger as it bears fruit on all levels. Connecting these members to a local community and local boaters from day one is key. In a perfect world, and the way Cyber Squadron was supposed to work, they would just be there temporarily for weeks or a few months while a squadron reached out and hopefully they would transfer in. That is just not happening. The percentage of transfers from Cyber Squadron to local squadrons are not what we would want them to be. Our local squadrons are the heart of the United States Power Squadrons. And we know through our statistics that the retention rate for new members in local squadrons is significantly higher than that of Cyber Squadron. This also creates a modern membership experience that people want. People want a one-click to join, seamless, easy application process. And through the work of headquarters and the various teams with IMIS, this is something that we can now provide them. It keeps us aligned with other organizations like the Boy Scouts that will allow this type of joining. And it's going to aid your squadron in recruiting and getting new members because some of them will be fed to you. But additionally, if you have an ABC course or anything of that nature, you can bring a laptop or a tablet and enroll somebody on your phone in front of them with their credit card, get them signed up. There's no lag where they have to walk away and do it on their own. Now, for some squadrons, this is not an issue. They have their own credit card processor set up and things like that. But this will benefit all squadrons. We're making it easy for everyone to get on board. So what does your squadron need to do? You need to update your bylaws to allow for the direct squadron membership. This requires removing the requirement that the executive committee approve new members. We cannot put members into your squadron at this time if your squadron requires pre-approval or vetting of those new members. What I'm saying here is a very high-level overview of this program. A detailed communication is scheduled to go out tomorrow morning to all squadron commanders, squadron administrative officers, district commanders, and district administrative officers that details and outlines what we know as of now. So I will not be taking questions because the chief told me I only have 10 minutes. After that, you have to have your executive committee approve participating in the program. And that can be done at the same time as you edit your bylaws. But it's just a checkpoint that we need to have done. And then you send your appropriate form, which is going to be MEMCOM 7, which will be posted. And a sample of it is attached to the communication that is going out tomorrow to the RC of membership to get enrolled. For the rest of the slides, you will see on the bottom, it says local squadrons are not required to participate. I want to make that extremely clear. This is an option. You do not have to opt into this program. We know that there is a percentage of squadrons that for a variety of reasons do not want to open up to new members because they have assets or other reasons we don't need to get into, but this is entirely an optional program that you have to say, I want to participate. Nobody will be enrolled automatically. It is a massive project. And it's going to be rolled out in a couple of different stages. The first one is what we're calling the preparation stage. From now until February and after, squadrons should begin updating their bylaws and completing the appropriate forms to get enrolled. Headquarters, the membership committee, the IT committee, and the secretary are working to continue and finish developing this project. The rules committee is ready to help you update your bylaws. We do have a number of squadrons that have not updated their bylaws in over 20 years. This is a good time to do that. Phase 1 will begin in February of 2026 and run through the summer and fall. And this will be squadrons who have updated their bylaws and agreed to waive their squadron level new member fee. So if your squadron charges a $10, $15 additional fee for new members, and you want to participate in this program, you have to waive that to participate in phase 1. And that is due to a limitation within the software where there's a different renewal price versus a new price. In order to get as many squadrons onboarded as quickly as possible, we're only going with the renewal price at first. And I'll get to the rest of that in a second. So you do have to waive any squadron level new member fees or anything that goes along with that for people coming in through the national website. Phase 2 will begin in fall of 2026, and these will be squadrons who have updated their bylaws, squadrons who do require the new member fee. So at that point, we can start creating the billing codes and necessary items to have your new member initiation fee be different than your renewal fee. So that'll all happen in mid to late 2026, depending on how long squadrons take to update their bylaws and where we are. So we're just saying fall 2026. Squadrons who agreed to waive their new member fee in phase 1 at this point can get back in. So we are not asking you to waive your new member fee forever, just until we get everybody on board, and then we'll go start making the other changes. There is a possible phase 3 that is squadrons who do require and want to retain the right to have their executive committee approve members before they join, we may have the ability to add that into the software. At this time, it is not clear if this is physically possible within our software or if the software is able to do that. So we are not committing to be able to do that, but after we have everybody enrolled, we will begin working on a process that allows that. The way our bylaws are currently written, you have the right and will retain the right to approve new members, so you can keep that right, but we do need to collect the money with the application process, so it's complicated in getting that all sorted out. Everybody read this really carefully. Everything I just said is a little bit fluid. The process is still being developed. We are still working out a lot of the kinks. We are nowhere near completion on this, but we do require squadrons to amend their bylaws in order to participate in this program. So we did not want to come to you in February and say, okay, we're ready to go. Now you need to get ready to go. We're giving you the time to do the things that we know we need from you so that when this goes live in February, if your squadron wants to opt in, you're ready to go. Because every squadron has some kind of waiting period between when they want to make a change to their bylaws and when the change takes effect. It has to usually be published, and 2 meetings have to go by or some variation of that, which is going to take at least 30 to 60 days depending on your squadron's bylaws. So we're giving you the next couple of months as we get back into our regular meeting season to update your bylaws and get compliant with this requirement if you decide to opt in. So like I said, check your email tomorrow. This is a very high-level overview. It is a major undertaking. I cannot thank Yvonne at headquarters enough for answering my text calls and emails all the time as this has developed, and I have hounded and screamed and yelled and really begged for this to be able to be announced, and I need to thank the board for their support in launching this. This is the most significant change to our member onboarding process in recent history. So thank you, everybody who's participated. If you have any questions, you can email my team at membership@usps.org, and that goes to us. But don't ask any questions until tomorrow afternoon. After you have read the communication and digested it, then we'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, James. This looks to solve one great concern we've had directed to us. Was we've got a great web access, but it's hard for folks to get to you down in the hinterlands. This summer, we completed our operations training facelift. OTN3 has been converted into modern widescreen format and updated with standard USPS branding, and it's going to be published shortly. A nationwide session will be offered via Zoom Wednesday, September 17th, so that if you have people that need OT, this is an opportunity to do it from anywhere you are. Keep your eye on your inbox because an announcement will be sent out. The updated USPS Civic Service Award application is now live. Applicants can apply through October, and we encourage the squadrons to submit their entries as soon as possible. And you'll get another email announcement to the commanders next week. This effort is being led by Staff Commander Annette Ferguson and Staff Commander Mary Dodd. With the help of Yvonne Hill at headquarters, which we can't say enough about, we've successfully added updated versions of the MEMCOM 1, 2, and 3 into IMUS. They remain available to squadrons for access, and they can be used for submitting membership-related data. MEMCOM continues to provide monthly reports to squadron administrative officers, membership chairs, and their commanders. These reports include non-renewals, members who are past due, and those who are currently due, along with direct payment links and call-in instructions, so that it is very simple to basically get caught up or pay your dues. The goal is to make it as simple and as accessible as possible. Excuse me. Staff Commander Jonathan Bensman, who we just swore in earlier today, has taken over member benefits. He's begun to verify the validity of some of our current benefits that may have been out there but not reviewed lately, and he started the process of adding new ones. The other half of the department is the National Meetings Committee, and it's led by Rear Commander Christy Anderson. We're all familiar with the great work that those people do. They're constantly planning and managing our next gatherings, sometimes years in advance. The events of this week are the result of organizing, planning, and promoting. Our next up is our annual meeting. It's going to be in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, close to my heart. And a bunch of fun stuff is being planned. So please make it a point to come join us. We're going to be oceanfront. It's going to be in backyard. We're going to have a great time doing it. I would like, and we've had a raffle for some benefits for those who are, who are planned to attend. And I need the magic results here. 2 hotel nights. Oh, we'll start with that. The winner, 2 hotel nights. Jim Paul Washa. And two meals for 2 goes to, I'm sorry, 3 meals for 2. Need new glasses. Bridget Arena. Hey. That's it. No, and yet.
2 extra raffles, which were from registrations as of Saturday.
I'm sorry, say what now?
2 extra raffles, different raffles, merchandise.
Oh, there are 2 raffles for merchandise that we have got. And the winner here is Yvonne Hill. And Kevin Cooper as well. See her for the loot. I would like to thank the members of my team of the administrative department. I need to thank especially the 2 short, scary little women that rule my life, my aide, Tracy Simpson, and my wife, Deborah. Thank you all. Thank you too, especially. One final note. I want to assure you that your bridge, your board is fully aware of the critical issues that are facing our organization. We're doing everything in our power to address these issues to ensure the continued viability of our organization. We are keenly aware of the difficult choices that must be addressed and the financial stresses that must be alleviated if we're going to survive and continue to be successful. We're working daily to chart a clear path that ensures our future success without running afoul of obstacles. You elected us to do a job, and we have an unwavering commitment to the future and success of our organization, and we appreciate your continuing support and encouragement of our efforts. We must work in concert with each other, with all of our hands on the rudder, steering together. We can find our way into the 21st century. So let's come together. Let's work together. Let's embrace these challenges and keep our great organization between the navigational beacons. Thank y'all.
Thank you, David. The next report will come from Charles Chuck Wells on the Education Department.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. I have a number of prepared remarks here, but I'm going to deviate a bit because I constantly get new information on what's happening in the Education Department. So I want to share a few of those things. And also I want to emphasize that, point out a few members in the audience who contribute to the educational department's success. First of all, if you want a lot of detail on what's going on in the education, I recommend you go to our consolidated report. It's online on our homepage, and it goes into great detail on what each committee is doing. And fortunately for all of you, I'm not going to read them to you. Secondly, and I hope you were able to pick one up because you can get a printed copy, but guess what? It's also online too, is our Currents newsletter. And this is really, we print one of these and publish one of these, I should say, every 6 months before each meeting. This has a lot of the highlights of what we've been doing primarily in the past 6 months. And it, again, has a lot of great information on some of our activities. And to do all of this, in the back page, you will see an org chart on the last page for the education department. We're a big department. Not including the DEOs and SEOs that are out in the field, we have 122 people working in the department to create products and to support the activities of the department. And guess what? We could use a few more because we have vacancies. We sincerely need more editors, for example, in our publishing committee. So if you have any editorial experience, we could certainly use you. Additionally, you know, I get a lot of emails, as you can well imagine. But if you send it to me, you know, you're sending it to the wrong person because I'm a talking dog, okay? That's the best way to put it. The people who actually know something and do something are my assistants. And that would be Jan, right? Jan, please stand. And Eileen Reichert. Eileen? Those are the people that know everything and do everything. I'm just the face. I'm just the pretty face up here. So I encourage you to take a look at our Currents because it also highlights some of the initiatives that are going on out there. And there are some great things. Buzzards Bay, for example, Squadron is doing some virtual training. They're doing it for JN and N. So if you've reached that point in your educational career, I encourage you to maybe take those courses online. And it's a great team that is teaching that. Also, we have another squadron, the Atlanta Squadron, led by Eric Ringwald. Eric is doing wonderful things in Atlanta. And again, he's doing virtual training and with a number of courses that we have in USPS. And I encourage you to go to their site and take a look at what they're offering, because they're offering a lot of courses that are in the mainstream and that are of interest to boaters. So we have these kinds of initiatives going on, and I couldn't be happier to see this kind of. Now to talk about, well, maybe not so pleasant, is I want to mention two friends of the educational department that have made major contributions to the department in the past. First, past Rear Commander and past Assistant NEO Bob Palmer. Unfortunately, Bob of Richmond Squadron passed away in this year. Bob was a mentor of mine. He was a leader and advisor in education, and he was the kind of person that if you had a question, he'd stop in the hallway and answer it immediately. He was a great individual, and he will be missed. And I also want to mention the Regional BOC Director, Scott McDonald. Scott was traveling with his wife in Europe recently and unfortunately had a heart-related event that caused him to be hospitalized, and he was later transported back to his home in Texas, and he is recovering, I'm happy to say, but keep him in your thoughts and your prayers. Your educational department continues to work diligently. In the past 2.5 years, we've created or updated over 13 products. The committees continue to focus on updates and making our courses and seminars relevant to all boaters. Information on our work is available from your squadron educational officer and again through our reports and our newsletter. As another example of one of our new courses under development is the inland boating course. For many years, our organization, of course, focused on coastal and ocean boating. This is a course that focuses on the kind of boating that goes on in really the rest of the country and the inland waters, on the rivers and on the lakes. And I think it's really an expansion of our boating on rivers, locks, and lakes seminar, which many of you might be familiar with. This goes beyond that. And I think it's going to be a bestseller, and particularly obviously in the inland waters. And I encourage you all to take a look at it as soon as it's available, which should be in the coming months. So look out for that one. Our guide for all of these products is our strategic plan, which is also online. And we've been making great progress of that in the last 2.5 years. And to help SEOs and DEOs, we conducted some spring training, again led by the assistant NEO, Jan Wright. Jan and Dan Bartel helped teach, I'd say, I believe it was over 50 squadron SEOs on HQ 800, and also some just basic training on how to be an SEO. This is what was another very successful event, and we're going to be conducting some more training this fall. So if your squadron or your district education officer needs some help, this is a great way to learn a little bit more about the department and how you can get to its products. I make it a point every meeting in the education department, whether it's an internal meeting or external, to highlight the focus of our course event. Currently, we list 3 important courses for updating. Number 1 on the list is Advanced Marine Navigation. This one has been sorely out of date, and we're getting very, very close. I hope very much that by the annual meeting, we will have that available for you. And it will be married very closely to our marine navigation course, which you know was updated a few years ago. And so this will be a logical follow-on, and it's coming very soon. Number 2 is Inland Boating course, which I mentioned. And then thirdly, we're working on an update of the engine maintenance, and we're going to call it propulsion systems. And we're going to do it most likely. Mitch might tell me something else, but we're most likely going to do it in a sort of module approach, because we have boaters who have outboards, and that's really all they really want to know. And then, of course, we have inboards and inboard, outboard. So there's lots of different types of propulsion systems, and each one sort of you almost have to teach individually. So we'll be coming out with that in the coming. Also announcement here is several months ago, we submitted our ABC course to NASBA, which is the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, and we submitted it to them for approval. We've been waiting since the beginning of the year to get that approval, and we just received word yesterday that the course is approved by NASBA. So our next step is to go to the states and get, of course, work with them to coordinate on their questions, because each state adds additional questions to the course material. So we'll be working with the states. And then finally, I wanted to thank 2 districts for their hospitality in the spring during the changes of watch. First, District 24, I want to thank you, Tom, for the ride on the Ohio River. That was great fun. And District 19, I thank you, Carl, for your hospitality, but not so much for the 3 inches of snow when I was driving to the airport. And that's all I have, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Now we'll hear from the National Executive Officer, Mike Wydell.
Thank you, Chief. Members, Bridge, the effervescent, exalted, and always supported past chiefs. I was trying to figure out an acronym for that, but you can figure it out yourself. Okay. And I just have to say, David's an attorney, and I never thought I'd hear him out-talked by the National Education Officer, but Chuck did it. Chuck did it. I'm not going to be quite that long, so anyway, we'll get started here. Cooperative charting comes under my purview, and last year they had the opportunity to participate in a coastal survey project with the University of Maryland. They chose not to do that for a variety of reasons. The biggest one was they couldn't figure out how to award points and things for doing it. So I kicked it over to David, and it's now going to be available as a squadron activity. And the short version is that how it works is you take your boat out for a ride. Well, first of all, you have to register with the program. You take your boat out for a ride, you pull the chip out of your chart plotter, you upload the data, and they import it into their database. So it's really not all that onerous to participate if you so choose. So we've done that. Also co-op charting, we currently have 52 individuals, 21 squadrons, and 3 districts now that have qualified for the honor roll status. And the committee has been asked to investigate the AIDS to Navigation Discrepancy Program to include the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to investigate AIDS discrepancies on the inland river system. The response has been extremely positive, so we're looking at rolling that out in the near future. Safety Committee also falls under my purview, and we've had about 12,275 VSC reports. We have 1,062 examiners, and we have a 91% passing rate. In conjunction with the IT committee, the VSC, as you heard before, has a new data and retrieval tool added to better serve the squadron and districts in retrieving their statistics. And the safety committee has initiated a campaign requesting vessel examinations seek out human-powered rental outlets for vessel safety checks. The Vessel Safety Check program is the most unique program we have for membership. Where else do you get a one-on-one opportunity to spend a half hour with a vessel owner and talk to them not only about their boat, but the benefits of joining our organization? You've heard a little bit about MMSI from Al. The committee works in conjunction with the IT committee to integrate the 2 databases from CETO and us, and you heard a little bit about the challenges, but that is in the progress. And we have also informally decided to charge non-members a fee for issuing an MMSI. We were trying to work out a way to maybe include the cost of membership in doing that, but we're still trying to figure that out. Marketing and PR, we continue to work with Marine SEO, and that stands for Search Engine Optimization, if anybody is interested in what the SEO stands for. And to date, we have 58 squadrons that have been optimized. 30 of those squadrons have a Google profile, which means they appear higher up on the search list. 20 are participating in the Google ad program, which means Google gives them $10,000 each in complimentary advertising. And 10 squadrons have reported an increase in membership because of the program, so it does work. Marine SEO publishes 3 posts a week that go not only to the national website, but out to the squadron websites. And at that point, squadrons can edit them or use them as is. I visited a few national boat shows over the last few months, and it's really kind of interesting in speaking with the manufacturers' representatives and the salespeople as the type of boats that are available for purchase in the market today. If you go out and look at a boat show, you will not find a boat with a cabin. No manufacturer in the United States anyway, in the 26 to 39 foot range, manufactures a boat with a cabin currently. They're all day cruisers. That is the current market we live in. Most of these days cruisers are outboard powered. Now, I did talk to one manufacturer, Formula as a matter of fact, and they said, yeah, we'll be more than happy to build you a custom boat with a cabin if you want one. They didn't give me a price. So most people today, at least in the market we're looking for, in that 40 to 55 age range, the current market are center consoles, open bow, and guess what the third one is? Pontoons, absolutely. Anybody heard of a little event called the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout? The world's largest unsanctioned powerboat race? A couple of weeks ago, they had a pontoon boat that went 115 miles an hour in a 3/4 measured distance. We laugh, but those are the people that are operating boats out there. When somebody wants to go out for a day of boating now, they take their friends, they put them in the front of the boat, they go out to the sandbar, they go out to the island, they anchor out for a little bit, they have a sandwich, picnic lunch, a few cocktails, come back to the dock. That's their day of boating. The days of people that take long cruises don't exist anymore for that particular range of market. You want a long range cruising boat, you're looking at something over 50 feet with an extreme investment, obviously. So that's the current market we live in to try to get students. So we need to come up with a plan to recruit those people. And I'm not sure what it is. I don't have the crystal ball to say what it is. And just another little side note is those people that do make relatively long trips, 30 or 40 miles, they will get in their boat, they will fire up their 2,000 horsepower worth of outboards on the back, they will go at 45 or 50 miles an hour down the coast, they'll pull into another marina, they'll get off the dock, they will go to a 5-star hotel where they spend the night, they will get back in their boat and go back. That is the current market for cruising boats. So we need to address that. Marketing is also redoing the Squadron standard website in conjunction with the IT department. And I say in conjunction with because IT is unaware they're doing it yet. But they soon will be. But they do have a template out, and for those of you who are interested in looking at the template, there'll be a link in my report that'll be online as soon as headquarters puts it all back on that you can go look at it. Let's see, what else? The last thing I'd like to mention is the chief charged me with looking into our building. And so we, myself and a couple of the past always supportive chiefs, formed a little committee, and we looked at the current state of our building. And in talking to a couple of real estate people, we got a report back, and basically our building as it currently stands is worth about $1.2 million. Now we have a couple caveats to that. One, many years ago, we had this little promotion called Own a Square Inch of North Carolina. Anybody remember that? Well, the jury is still out as whether that was a deeded property or just a certificate. But I've had a number of people that came up to me this weekend and said, I have a deed. Well, if we're going to sell that property, guess what we have to do? We have to find all those deeds. Okay, we also, how many people have been to headquarters? Okay, what do you see when you walk in the front door directly ahead of you? What was that? Yeah, the brick wall, right? Yeah, you see the brick wall with people that have donated money. So we owe an honor to those people that have donated to that money. So our building also has a couple other issues. Even though the city of Raleigh thinks we have a fire protection system, we do not. Don't ask me how that slipped by the building inspector, but it did. Our loading dock is not conducive to semi-traffic. Our warehouse ceilings are too low for anything practical. They're only 11 feet. And the biggest detriment to the property is street access, because what is in front of our headquarters building? A cemetery. You're not going to move the cemetery. Not without a whole lot of hassle. So on the flip side, as we looked at leasing space, if we did sell the building, and the other thing is it would take 9 to 12 months to close the sale. So the flip on the opposite side is, what would it cost us to lease? Well, in a desirable area of Raleigh, it would be a $22 a square foot triple net lease. Now, those of you who know what real estate is, a triple net lease means you pay the landlord $22 a square foot you occupy, and you're still responsible for all the maintenance, taxes, upkeep, et cetera, for that property. If you wanted a single net lease, which means the owner takes care of all that stuff, it's about $10 more a square foot. So if you do the math, it would cost us about $400,000 a year to lease space. So that money's not going to last very long, even if we could sell the building in its current form. Now, if you've been to Raleigh, you'll know there's a Ramada that's next door that was sold a few years ago, that was supposed to have been torn down and had a big apartment put in it, which hasn't happened yet. But maybe if that person comes to us, or the state university that's directly behind us comes to us and offers us gobbles of money, we might reconsider selling the building. But as yet, that hasn't happened. So we've pretty much determined that it's cheaper in the long run, because it only costs us about 60 grand a year to stay where we're at. And we don't pay taxes in Raleigh, property tax in Raleigh. I don't know if anybody knows that or not, but it costs us very little money to stay there. So it was decided that that option was pulled off the table. And I guess with that concludes my report, Chief.
So I would screw that up.
I thought that was mine.
Thank you, Mike. Now we hear my report. First of all, one badge, one gun, and one bullet, right? Most of you are not old enough to remember that.
I do, Barney.
Past chiefs, exalted chiefs over there sitting there, and they're still awake, which is good. And the most important thing, members of the United States Power Squadrons. First of all, I'd like to thank the districts who had hospitality rooms last night. I thought they were great. There was a lot of fantastic food, and I understand that one has a plethora of ice cream, so they should be getting that to them, because I don't think especially if they're flying, that's not going to go home. So that's also, I'd like to thank Susan Darcy for providing the candy for us, so that my doctor will get mad at me because my cholesterol will be up again. And I know it's been done before, and somebody standing up the podium is up, but the National Meetings Committee does a fantastic job, and they do that under the auspices of leadership of Christy Anderson. Would a National Committee, please, Meetings Committee, please stand up? They do a fantastic job, and we usually look at how smooth it goes here, but you'll never see the fretting that they have during the time that we have. And I also like to thank the Alan Bombard. Is Alan here? Alan, we had a little incident in my suite last night. We had Ken Voigt who fell and cut his arm, and Alan was real quick. He was right on the scene. Of course, we had 3 security people and 2 first aid. Then we had 3 more first aid come, and then we had people from the emergency place come. So we had like 10, 15 emergency people ask them the same. You know how they do that? They ask them the same questions. Like the first group comes, what's your name? Then the second group comes, they ask the same exact questions, and the third group comes. So, but Alan did a fantastic job with that. Thank you, Alan. Nancy and I were honored to officiate changes of watch for District 26 in Hilton Head. Thank you so much, Barbara, in District 26. In District 32 in the Portland area, Ron did a fantastic job there. District 34 at Bedford, Massachusetts, we got to go to the Whaling Museum, which was really interesting, with Valentina and Alex. District 5 in Ocean City, Maryland. Thank you, Bob, and Lenore, and Bill. District 4 in Northern New Jersey, we went to a fantastic Italian restaurant, which was super. Thank you, Joe and Charlene. Appreciate it. And the last one, District 22 in Bradenton, Florida. Thank you, Ron and Melody. Ron, wherever you are. Thank you. Great job. And we got to see Tampa also. I'm going to address some comments made in reference to the board of directors. According to the North Carolina, there are specific steps that need to be taken in order for financial records to be turned over in a nonprofit organization. There was never a time wherein anybody has ever been denied access to our financial records under the conditions of the present law. Even though we properly followed the North Carolina law, it was the best interest for us and the organization, which I think has come first. This was not done with emotion or anything else. This was done with the best interest of this organization to compromise rather than litigate. So going forward, financial records will be done on a quarterly basis. There was never been a time to hide anything either. So prior to this, every governing board, you get a full access to financial records. We have an audit, and if you wanted the audit, all you have to do is ask, and we'll send you one. So this has any change. But we will change by putting a quarterly report, which will be on Shirley's website. And as Shirley said, it has also been erroneously stated that I asked Richard Wright of the Finance Committee not to make a on-stage report. It's completely false. So as Shirley read the email from Richard Wright, he saw fit that it was unfair that he saw fit to answer that right away. So again, membership reports. We were a little lax in membership reports because of IMUS. So it's very difficult. And if you're going to cause any, that's our fault. Maybe we should have beta IMUS. But Yvonne does a phenomenal job, and she's working super hard to get that done, to get membership reports out. Now that's been corrected, so there's there. So we're getting that done on a monthly basis. Also, it was reported that the former director who was terminated, the former director was not a good fit for this organization. And after much debate, and also in cooperation or in asking former chiefs, other people about the debate of whether we should or not looking at the staff, it was determined that we should part ways with the director after a short period of time. It will not be the policy of the board or anybody else to discuss personnel decisions because of any problems that might arise from that. A letter posted by the former director is not factual at all. And I'm not going to go through the letter because of the fact of time, and it's kind of water under the bridge, so it's not going to make any difference. But I'll tell you, it's not factual. But I will say that her termination had nothing to do with money. It was the fact that she was just not a good fit, and there were problems that arose. Our headquarters staff remains more efficient than it was and better than it was after her termination. It is true that our organization is facing challenges times with membership loss and the loss of education sales, which of course leads to what? Loss of money. And again, I've always said this, it always comes down to what? Comes down to money in a lot of cases. We are not alone. Other nonprofit service organizations are having the same problem. There's a couple things that we've been doing as a board and as an organization. And we, again, remember that us sitting up here are members of squadrons and districts. So we have done that. We need a consistent brand. If we get all the things we have, having a consistent brand on the website allows people to say, look, this is what America's Boating Club, United States Power Squadron is. But if you have it consistent with every website that we have, then that's good. And they talked about that template that's developed, and the IT is going to get that out. That's going to go a long way for getting that consistency. As with all branding and all advertising, if we want an immediate gratification, we're not going to get that. The branding and everything else is going to take a little bit of time. So we need to put that time in so to allow that branding to take hold. Remember, we changed this not that really that long where we started using America's Boating Club. Remember, we have a United States Power Squadrons is 111 years old. So the point is that that's there. So we need to have that consistent branding. If you look at our educational offerings, Chuck Wells and his group is doing a fantastic job to target what the online trend is right now. And again, they've said this, that people are going online to find courses. And I think if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Chuck, 80% of the people are taking courses online. Is that about right, sir? So we not only need to do that, we are doing that. And that's going over from face to face. Sharing resources between districts and squadrons, very, very important. We need to share resources because we can get something. If you have one squadron who doesn't have an instructor for N or an instructor for AP, whatever it is, they can do something and help everything else. I know there's a instructor, Mike, and I can't remember I can't pronounce his last name. Whatever, yes, Mike. And Susan Webb was just telling us the other day that he's a phenomenal instructor, and he lives in Annapolis area. She lives in California, and she took a course from him and had a fantastic job. So we need to share these resources so we can get as many courses and reach as many people to make this safe as much as we can. You listen to James and his program for member retention. Also, what he didn't mention is that he is sending to every squadron in every district a list of people who have not renewed. So what is the best way to get them to renew? So what we do is that we send them an email, right? How easy it on your email is to hit N-O. How easy it is. So that when I call somebody and I ask him, I said, you know what? Can you do this for me? It's a whole lot more difficult to say no when you call them as face to face. So the whole point is that the email there's no personal contact. A phone call is a personal contact, and it's a lot harder to say no, as viewed by us coming up here. We didn't say no. Again, that'll help in retention. Retention is very, very important right now because we have about 150 new members historically every month in the organization, but we lose more via the retention. So we need to concentrate on that. As Mike was just saying, selling the building was a view. We want to look at everything we possibly can. When I first came into the admin job, I walked into headquarters for the first time. And it's a big building. It's around 28,000 square feet. We probably need about 10. So I'm looking at that, but again, it's not practical with the interest rates. And it's not necessarily the money. I was just looking at the space. Why are we wasting this kind of space? But right now, due to the interest rates and other factors, it's just not in the best interest, again, of the organization to sell the building. The building doesn't cost us anything. We own it. It's all we have is maintenance. So that doesn't cost us anything. So to do something rash like that just would not be in the best interest. Of course, as Mike said, this may change in the future. You know, if North Carolina State wants our property, maybe we can set the price and then do something else. These are issues that cannot be solved by divisive commentary, which sometimes are sent out to report it. Some things are taken out of context. That does not help. I personally think we lose members by that. If there's a problem, go to somebody that can maybe solve that problem. All these things have to be borne at all three levels, the squadron, district, and the national level. So we need to do that. The board and I welcome constructive criticism. I'm not that smart where I know everything and I know all the decisions and all the proper decisions and solve every problem. I want somebody to tell me maybe that's not a good program, maybe that's not good. I want constructive criticism, and so does the rest of the board. We need to look at things through multiple angles. And I think it's very well illustrated by asking Bill and his committee, rather than the board make a big decision about the cyber squadron, we asked the planning committee to give us another angle and another opinion. And that was good. I leave you with this. My wife, Nancy, keeps stealing my socks. I wanted to confront her, but I got cold feet. Yes. Okay. Oh, I just got corrected by my boss that I forgot Rick and Bridget at District 6 up in Penyon, where I learned where the Penyon boats were made. Thank you. Is there any old business? There was not any from the last meeting. Now I call upon past Chief Commander Craig Frazier to read the actions of the board.
Moment, right? So I do want to bring up one thing that the chief was talking about, which was, sending emails out to people. Now, he has sent emails to me, and I want to identify one of them. I received an email at 4:07 a.m. one morning, and I know the night before I had some watermelon, so I had to get up in the middle of the night. And it was at 4:30 when I woke up. And so I responded to his email. And here's his response back to me, because I responded at 4:37. His response is, "What in the devil are you doing awake?" So he's up all the time. I think he stays up all night long. Anyways. Actions of the Board of Directors. Number one, the board gave unanimous consent to the secretary to provide a list of directors of the United States Power Squadrons Incorporated in such form as First Citizens Bank and Trust might require. Action number 2, the minutes of the Board of Directors meeting held 4 through 5 February 2025 were approved as distributed. Action number 3, the board determined that card replacements are available for boating courses taken 1989 or later. The fee for replacement will be raised to $35 for non-members. Replacement for members is still free. Non-members will be encouraged to join ABC USPS through a fee waiver associated with membership application. The form on the America's Boating Club webpage should be revised in accordance with these policies. Number 4, which was resolved, the law officer shall draft terms of engagement for an outside counsel licensed to practice in North Carolina and shall propose a list of prospective attorneys. Number 5, on the advice of the Finance Committee, the board amended page 13 of the investment policy to conform to other sections of the policy. To wit, the policy is being implemented through exchanged traded funds instead of the former practice of investing in individual issues. Number 6, the board approved withdrawal of charters from Phoenix District 31, Savannah River District 26, North Olympic District 16, Fort Walton District 15, Natticoke River District 5, Racine District 20, and Susquehannock District 5. Number 7, the board directed the headquarters manager to explore a line of credit secured either by real estate or by the investment fund. Number 8, the board ratified and made of record the interim appointment of Jonathan Bensman, AP, Toledo District 29, as staff commander of the member benefits. And that ends the actions of the board of directors since the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Is there any new business?
Chief, past chiefs, bridge, governing board members. I'm Cindy Ringwald. I'm the squadron commander from America's Boating Club, Atlanta, and I have a motion to make. I hereby move to amend National Bylaws, Section 10.2.1, Parent A, to provide for delegates to be assigned, one per each 50 members of the squadron or fraction thereof.
Since, one second. Since this is a bylaws change, this will have to go to the Rules Committee for consideration. Okay. Second? Okay. This will go to the Rules Committee because according to our bylaws, all bylaws changes have to come through the Rules Committee. Go ahead. Any other discussion? Any discussion? There's no. No, because it is a bylaws change. It has to go through the Rules Committee regardless. What is the motion? The motion is instead of 100.
Can I discuss the motion?
It's got to go through the Rules Committee. And then they will report on it. You can go with number 2 if you want.
Let me have a second.
It's been seconded. Now it's been referred to the Rules Committee. Go ahead.
Can I move on?
Yeah.
All right. I have another motion to make. I hereby move that a special meeting of the governing board to be held virtually on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time to consider the proposed changes to section 10.2.1 parent A.
Do I have a second?
Proposed changes section 210-2-1 A as previously moved. So that's the specific change that's being requested to take place at the special meeting.
Everybody understand that this special meeting is just to look at the first motion, which is going to the Rules Committee, then the Rules Committee would have to report or not at this special meeting. We have a second discussion.
I'd like to address that.
Well, let me, the objection or statement was, what is the hurry that has to be done now? Go ahead.
This would allow the squadrons to have greater participation with potentially more delegates and more votes. And I'd like this to happen before the annual meeting. And the timing of December gives the Rules Committee plenty of time to review it. And also it's the intention that we have time to do all the changes for the paperwork for the February 15th annual meeting.
What is the current representation ratio?
100. Yes.
Doubling it.
Yeah.
Doubling the number of delegates.
Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your cards.
There's no.
We're voting on whether we're going to have a special meeting.
Should maybe state that. Yeah.
The motion we are voting on is that whether we're going to have this special virtual meeting on December 2nd at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. That arm gets heavy, doesn't it? Are we done counting? You put your hands down. All those opposed, raise your card. Okay, you can put your cards down.
We have a strategic plan that is being utilized right now. But since the other was happening, we have not finalized it. So that will be ready later. So I don't know if you want to make that, still continue that. That's completely. Maybe up to you.
Hey, you're in charge of that.
Yeah.
The voting app is motion 2. For those voting electronically. Do you have the results, Angela?
Take them all on cruise December 1st. Yeah, right. How many people have You want me to do it? Waiting for electronics. Okay, I have the results. The motion is passed.
Yay. Now I've got 2 more. Got another motion to make? I hereby move that the Board of Directors, working with the Planning Committee, is directed to present to the Governing Board at the next annual meeting an updated 5-year strategic plan for our organization.
Motion on the floor. Is there a second? We have a second. Do we have any discussion?
I'd like to speak to the motion first.
You go first.
The reason for this, and I do understand that there is a strategic plan in process, and in fact, in 2022, at the annual meeting, it had been ordered, or Commander Frazier, or Chief Commander Frazier had requested a 3 to 5 year plan. not been able to find it online, and I don't know if it has been addressed in meetings since. So it's a matter of just bringing it to attention of the governing board at the annual meeting and making it part of the meeting agenda.
Bill?
I agree. Strategic plans are important.
Identify yourself.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Bill Hammett, Commander, District 5. They are important. I've been involved in this in both my military career and in my civilian career. You want a good one, don't put a short timeline on it. And in my opinion, that's just a short timeline. That's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Ken? I will advise that at the present time, there was a committee that was directed to do this. They have submitted it to the board of directors. We are looking at it. I will admit that time has not been on our side with looking at this strategic plan because of obvious other stuff that has been going on that we had to address. So that there is already, there was a committee chaired by James Milton and a bunch of other folks on that committee who has submitted a strategic plan, as we just haven't had the chance to look at it because of other things. However, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, raise the cards. While I'm up here, we have some more goodies from the National Meetings Committee. The winners are, and I'm not sure what they're getting, so you have to figure that out with Christy. Doreen Hicksman, you won something. Gary Callahan, you won something. Mary Page, you won something. John Goebel has won something. Michelle Rink, and Joseph Velez. I have no idea. Huh? Myrtle Beach loot. Greg, can we put the hands down? On this side, we can put the hands down. We're good over here. So we're counted. All those opposed? Put your cards down. Well, while we're waiting, I wanted to make sure that you look at the annual meeting in Myrtle Beach. I think it's a little change of venue, but I think it's going to be fantastic. And in looking at the average temperature of Myrtle Beach and Orlando, there's not a whole lot of difference. Plus, we'll be on the ocean. It'll be a little bit warmer coming off the ocean. And in summer, it's cooler there, and the winters, it's warmer. So the motion is passed.
I have one more. Okay. I hereby move that the Board of Directors, working with the Finance Committee and the Budget Committee, is directed to present to the Governing Board at the next annual meeting a 5-year financial plan that implements the updated strategic plan.
There's a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? I have a second. Any discussion?
Can I address the motion?
Go ahead.
The reason for bringing this up was that while I believe the squadron commanders appreciate the financial reports that are going to be provided quarterly, what is important to understand are the trends, and the trends aren't captured in the financial reports without seeing some sort of going back a few years and seeing where the trend is with our cash balance. And as was mentioned in today's governing board, the anticipated membership could be as low as 10,000 in the year 2028. So it'd be good to know what our plan is if our membership does drop, and perhaps the plans that we have to increase membership are starting to kick in, but we still need to know what the trend is and how we're going to deal with that at a national level and how that will affect the squadrons. That's it.
Michael?
My name is Michael Friedman. I'm staff commander on the planning committee. Also serve on the law committee. I'm a member of District 4, New York Salem Power Squadron. There is, in this last motion, a serious misapprehension of the timing of how you're going to get anything. You want to have a strategic plan, and you want to have a financial plan implementing the strategic plan, which has not yet been completed by the time they want the financial plan. So the logical inconsistency is going to result in something that will not be worth the paper it's printed on. What's happening here, with all due respect, is that a lot of proposals are being made without thinking through the full implications of what is being asked. And I think that people ought to just take a minute, catch their breath, and use their heads. Thank you.
Thank you. Identify yourself.
Bob Rayburn, D29, DEO. I concur with the gentleman's statement. I think we need to see the strategic plan first before we start focusing on finances. What does this organization want to do and where do they want to go is part of what we have to have before we think about how we're going to get there, in my view.
Bill?
Once again, Bill Hammett, Commander District 5. I think the intent here is very well intended, and I'm not going to criticize that. However, I totally concur with the remarks the two gentlemen before me made. Once again, I fall back on my experience in both of my careers. I have been very deeply involved in these things. Thank you.
Do we have anything online, Vaughn? Do we have any other discussion? Can we see the motion again, Glenn? David?
Dave Haddix, Rear Commander, BP Ecom. In light of the previous comments, I would like to offer an amendment to the motion that we change it from the governing board, from the annual meeting to the next governing board meeting.
Do I have a second? The motion is to amend that, change that from the annual meeting to the fall governing board. Am I correct on that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do we have any discussion on the amendment? Oh, yes, we do. Recognize past Chief Commander Ted Smith.
My question would be that if our strategic plan, the one that's going to be reported on at the annual meeting, is not approved, then where do we go? I would suggest that we have a time period after an approved strategic plan. I have the same concern that all of you, I think, do about the welfare of our organization and the finances. And I do think a plan based on a strategic plan, a financial plan based on a strategic plan is certainly in order. So I would like to amend the amendment, if I could, and offer that we, within a year's time, after an approved strategic plan, that a report be given to us as to a financial strategic plan.
So your motion, you're amended to the amended to the amended to the amended. Right. So that would be the annual meeting 2027.
No.
Oh, 1 year after
1 year
approval. Okay.
after
I got
approval
you.
of a strategic plan.
Okay.
I will accept your amendment.
So you're going to withdraw your amendment?
Well, I'm accepting his amendment.
Oh, okay. May I have a second? Oh.
Correct.
Who seconded?
Louis McBride, you seconded my motion. Parliamentarian says you have to also second my agreement to accept his motion.
If you want to.
Okay, if you want to.
Okay.
All right, okay.
Is there any discussion? The amendment that we're going, okay, we're going to, is there any other discussion? The last one by Chief Smith was, 1 second, if you don't mind, Jim, was to vote on a five-year financial plan 1 year after the strategic plan is approved. Presented 1 year after the strategic plan is approved. Is approved. At 1 year after the strategic plan is approved. Jim. Then all's null and void then. Any other discussion on Chief Ted's? Okay, we have an amendment to the amendment to the amendment to the amendment. The amendment is changing it from 1 year to 6 months. No, that's not no. That's the amendment to the amendment. So, do we have a second? There is no second, so that amendment is failed. So now we're going to vote on the third amendment, which would be Chief's amendment, 1 year after the approval of the strategic plan. Are we ready, Randy? Is there any other objections? Okay.
Got a second online now.
Yeah, he's getting it.
Annette Ferguson.
Who is it?
Annette Ferguson.
No. Please.
I got 2 seconds from the chat on that amendment.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go back to is the Fourth Amendment? I've lost count. So we're going to vote now on the amendment to change 1 year to 6 months. All in favor of changing it from 1 year to 6 months? All in favor, hold your cards up, please. I think we got the count pretty well on that one. All opposed? Okay, that amendment has failed. Now we're going to vote the amendment of 1 year after the approval of the strategic plan. All those in favor, raise your cards. I don't think we need to bother counting. That motion, regardless of how many we have online, that motion is passed. So now we have the original motion as amended of the having the finance committee and the budget committee an annual financial plan at the next annual meeting based on we just voted on that one.
You voted on the 6 months.
All right, restate the motion, please. Microphone. Yes. Yeah, you are.
As I understand the amendment, if you could remove the picture. Move that the Board of Directors, working with the Finance Committee and Budget Committee, is directed to present to the Governing Board 1 year after approval of the strategic plan, a 5-year financial plan. Is that correct?
That's what we just voted on.
No, we voted on the timing. We
Oh,
voted for 6
okay.
months back to a year.
All in favor of 1 year? 1 year. That has passed. Now we have to vote on the original motion.
I'm sorry, folks, but what we just passed was an amendment to the original motion. Now the original motion, as amended, is now before the body.
Well, that's what I said. Okay. Any? One year after the approval of the strategic plan. That's the amended. All in favor, raise your cards. Any opposed? That's passed. Well, I don't think we need to wait because there's not enough electronic votes to do that.
I don't have another one, but I thank you very much for allowing this process to happen. It is very important. And as I think I'm one of the lone people who is the squadron commander only, and not having a bunch of voting tickets in my pocket, I really appreciate the time that you took to do this. Thank you.
The color guard sat down so long, it takes them a while to get up now. Is there any other new business? No. Does everybody remember who won the goodies?
Come see me, please.
Yes, please. No. Too busy. Yeah. That's okay. I only have one wife, Kathy. I now call on Bill Wood to come in to say the benediction, please.
May we have fair winds and fulfilling journeys. Be safe in all of life, both on land and water. Recalling Garrison Keeler's a sign-off to his listeners, may we wish to each other, be well, do good work, and keep in touch.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand at attention. Captain of the Guard, retire the colors, sir.
Colors, halt! Colors, advance to your colors. Color bearers, hoist. Color bears about face. Color bears falling on me. Color bears forward, up, lift, 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 lift.
I'd like to thank my National Flag Lieutenant Randy Stowe and his aides for doing all the counting. Made things a little bit easier. So give him a big hand and the rest of his folks. And Angelo. If there are no objections, wait a minute, you can't leave yet. This meeting is adjourned.
She needs,